Chapter 383 Unexpected Event. Humans were mostly extremely selfish beings that were afraid of death. However, there were many occasions that they would be able to become fearless of death when the blood in their bodies had started to boil. Just like this very moment, all the human profounders here didn't have the thought of submitting or fleeing right now. Most of them only had a single thought, and it was to kill until corpses covered the world. In the beginning, only 5 or 6 had chosen to detonate themselves, but in next to no time, this number had risen to over 20. As they watched the humans choose to detonate themselves in succession, the profounders from the devil race, nether race, and demon race immediately revealed fearful expressions. The weak feared the strong, and the strong feared the fearless. At this moment, these humans standing before them were truly fearless. Moreover, these human profounders seemed as if they intended to drag the devil, nether, and demon profounders to hell with them. Luo Shui and Mu Jun revealed a trace of respect in their eyes for the very first time. No matter how weak the strengths of these human profounders was, their current display was worthy of respect from them. There were many who were afraid of death, but very few were fearless of it. This didn't just refer to humans, and it referred to the other races as well. The only person who remained composed was Nanjing. In her opinion, life was meaningless, and the only thing that had meaning was the martial Tao. So, the slaughter between the profounders of the human race and the joint forces of the devil, nether, and demon race was meaningless to her. It was like an elephant watching bugs and ants fight each other. Did their fate carry any meaning to the elephant? Indifference. Yes, and Nanjing was indifferent to everything including life. Right when these human profounders had accumulated their energy to their limits and were on the verge of exploding, the blue barrier at the entrance to the 5th level had suddenly exploded open, and then Yang Yi shot out violently from behind it. Yang Ye's speed was extremely swift. He transformed into a black ray of light that instantly arrived in front of Shi Luo, and then he swiftly slapped his palm on Shi Luo's stomach. After that, a strand of violet profound energy surged out from him and into Shi Luo's body, and it forcefully suppressed the violent profound energy within Shi Luo's body. After he stopped Shi Luo from detonating himself, Yang Yi was about to head over and save the other human profounders. However, it was already too late. The profound energy within their bodies was already violent to the extreme. They seemed to be aware that it was too late now, and they didn't hesitate to immediately flash towards the group of the profounders from the devil, nether, and demon race. Senior brother Yang, avenge me. We'll be going first. Haha, bastards from the devil race, let's all die together. Senior brother Yang, please take care of my clan when you return to the Southern Territory in the future. I'm the young master of the Lu clan in the capital. Thank you, Yang Yi. Even though I'm from the origin school, I still hope that you'll do the Southern Territory proud and seize the first on the Hidden Dragon rankings. Unfortunately, I won't be able to witness that moment. I don't want to die, but I can't do anything about it. Ah, you damnable bastards. Let's all die together. Die. Let's die together. Bang, 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 bang. Numerous explosions rumbled and resounded. The entire 4th level was instantly suffused by waves of energy. The might from the detonation of over 20 King Realm Profounders was something that even a peak Spirit Realm Profounder wouldn't dare look down upon. Not to mention that the Profounders from the Devil Race, Nether Race, and Demon Race weren't even at the Spirit Realm. Over 30-plus Profounders from the 3 races who stood at the front of the group had perished on the spot. The others, on the other hand, were instantly blasted flying by over 100 m. Moreover, the surroundings were reduced to a mess. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly as he clenched his fists tightly, and his body even started faintly trembling. He was unable to restrain the killing intent within him from surging madly from within him. Was it wrong for them to kill humans? It wasn't because they had a reason to do so, but was it wrong for humans to kill them? It wasn't wrong as well because they'd killed countless human profounders as well. Yang Yi didn't feel like understanding who was right or wrong in the enmity between the human race and the other 3 races, and he didn't want to care about it as well. All he did know was that he wanted to kill right now. Since all of you don't want to get along in harmony here and chose to slaughter, then he'll kill to my heart's content today." Yang Yi stretched out his hand and dragon bone flashed into his palm. After that, he suddenly stomped his right foot on the ground and shot explosively towards the group from the nether race. A strand of sword chi shot out from the tip of his sword as he made a sweeping motion with it, and it whistled through the air as it shot forward before carrying over the heads of over 10 profounders. The remaining human profounders were excited when they witnessed this scene because the aura Yang Yi revealed right now didn't belong to a king realm expert. In other words, Yang Yi had attained the spirit realm as well. Kill. The remaining human profounders were influenced by Yang Yi's actions, and they roared furiously like wild beasts before they pounced towards the profounders from the 3 races. Meanwhile, the profounders from the 3 races that had left to the 3rd level earlier had suddenly surged back up into the 4th level. All of them were stunned when they saw the mess that covered the surroundings, and then they charged madly towards Yang Yi's group as soon as they recovered from their shock. With the addition of these profounders, the situation instantly became slightly bad for the human profounders. Right at this moment, almost 100 black shadows suddenly appeared here, and then the heads of a few dozen profounders from the 3 races had been instantly removed from their necks. The true bloody slaughter had finally begun. The advantage possessed by the human profounders, their numbers, was gone now. Moreover, the strengths of the human profounders were inferior to the profounders from the 3 races as well. However, luckily, they had Yang Yi's group of assassins assisting them. Otherwise, all the other human profounders here would have probably been annihilated by now. Not a single member of the devil, nether, or demon race could block a single strike of Yang Yi's sword, and every single swing of his sword reaped the lives of many. At this moment, Yang Yi was like the god of death, and he killed anyone he saw. Moreover, the pearl of baleful blood within him had slowly floated out from within him as well, and then it started to madly absorb the blood and corpses in the surroundings. Hiss! After he killed another nether profounder with a single swing of his sword, Yang Yi was just about to attack again when a pitch-black chain suddenly arrived before him and struck towards his neck. A wisp of a ruthless expression flashed through Yang Yi's eyes as he slashed swiftly with his sword. Clang! The chain was instantly blasted flying while Hanyu had appeared in front of him. Both of them exchanged glances before they shot explosively towards each other. At this moment, there was no need for words, because it was a battle to the death. So, all words were meaningless in such a situation. As he shot forward explosively, a small ball of flame suddenly flashed out from within him and instantly enveloped Dragonbone, which Yang Yi held in his hand, and then Dragonbone carried the flame along with it as it shot like a bolt of lightning towards Hanyu. Hanyu grunted coldly. He swiftly slapped the chain with his palm, and it transformed into a black ray of light that blasted onto Yang Yi's Dragonbone. Clang! Dragonbone was instantly blasted flying, causing a wisp of ridicule to arise on the corners of Han Yu's mouth. However, right at this moment, his expression changed abruptly because Yang Yi had vanished from his field of vision. Han Yu was just about to move away when the sound of air being torn apart resounded abruptly from behind him. After that, intense pain came from his shoulder, and he saw a pair of enormous claws that seemed like the claws of a dragon had clasped onto his shoulders. Horror instantly appeared within Han Yu's eyes, and he didn't hesitate to make a strand of terrifying black energy erupt from within him. However, the black energy hadn't even attacked Yang Yi before it was incinerated into nothingness by the strand of flame. Yang Yi didn't hesitate to forcefully pull on Han Yu's shoulders in opposite directions. Hiss! Hiss! Han Yu's arms were forcefully torn off at his shoulders, and then black energy sprayed out from both his shoulders. Ah! An extremely miserable and shrill cry resounded, and it drew the attention of everyone. Han Yu's expression had instantly warped. However, right at this moment, a dragon claw had suddenly pierced through his chest, and then Han Yu's eyes opened wide while they were filled with shock. This wasn't the end of it. A bang resounded as Han Yu's entire body was enveloped by the nether ghost flame, and less than 2 breaths of time had passed before Han Yu had completely vanished on the spot without leaving even a speck of ash behind. Everyone in the surroundings was dumbstruck. Han Yu, who has stepped foot into the spirit realm, was killed just like that? How did Yang Yi do that? Actually, Yang Yi had relied on the rapid shift technique that the dragon shoes had to kill Hanyu. Even though it wasn't a threat to a Nanjing, Hanyu wasn't in Nanjing. So, Hanyu was caught off guard when Yang Yi's speed had instantly multiplied by 5 times, and he lost his life on the spot. Moreover, Head died before he could even reveal his true strength. Meanwhile, the pearl of baleful blood suddenly transformed into a ray of blood-red light and entered the center of Yang Yi's forehead. In an instant, Yang Yi's eyes turned crimson red like an ocean of blood resided within them. Chapter 384 Simplicity. Yang Yi's figure suddenly froze on the spot when the pearl of baleful blood entered the center of his forehead, and then a strand of baleful energy suddenly swept out from him. It was extremely fierce and sharp, and it carried a bloody smell that was nauseating. The profounders from the devil, nether, and demon race were delighted when they witnessed this scene. Even though they didn't know exactly what had happened to Yang Yi, there was no doubt that it was the best opportunity to kill Yang Yi. Over 30 profounders from the devil race flashed explosively towards Yang Yi. Zhang Lu, Yi Yun, and Shi Luo were alarmed by this development. The 3 of them had to join forces in order to keep Imoka busy even when he was heavily injured, so they couldn't extricate themselves from the battle as well. So, they were instantly filled with worry when they saw those devil profounders charge towards Yang Yi. Because Yang Yi was the pillar of the entire group, and he was the one person who couldn't die no matter what. Right when one of the 3 of them was about to abandon the battle to save Yang Yi, 20 black shadows had suddenly appeared around Yang Yi, and they formed a circle with Yang Yi at the center. The 3 of them instantly heaved sighs of relief upon witnessing this scene. The devil profounders were stunned when they saw these black shadows appear in the surroundings, and then the profound energy within them surged explosively. At this moment, there was no need to say anything before both sides immediately entered into battle. At the moment that the pearl of baleful blood had entered the center of his forehead, the scene in front of Yang Yi's eyes had changed. He was at a square that was covered in boundless baleful energy, blood, bones, and resentment. Moreover, countless vengeful spirits filled the square as well. The air was even suffused with a strange flow of air that was scarlet red and bloody. As he stood on the square and gazed at everything before him, Yang Yi's eyes were like an ocean of blood while slaughter sword intent surged incessantly from within him before it swept out towards the surroundings. Right at this moment, the vengeful spirits here suddenly let out numerous sharp and ear-piercing shrill cries, and then they shot madly towards Yang Yi. Moreover, the bloody aura that suffused the air in the surroundings had surged into Yang Yi's body. In next to no time, numerous scenes appeared in Yang Yi's mind. What scenes were they? It was the scenes of the deaths of those vengeful spirits, and some had died in an extremely miserable manner. Numerous cruel scenes flashed through Yang Yi's mind, and it caused the redness in his eyes to gradually darken. In the end, tears of blood actually rolled down his face. Protect your heart. Don't allow the intent to slaughter to control you. Suddenly, the sword spirit's voice suddenly erupted and rumbled in Yang Yi's mind. Yang Yi shuddered when he heard this, and then he hurriedly firmed and protected his heart. Since Head attained the enlightened sword heart, it wasn't difficult for him to clear his mind, and the reason Head almost been controlled earlier was mainly that the pearl of baleful blood had caught him off guard. After a short while, the baleful energy within Yang Yi's body gradually lessened while his eyes slowly cleared up as well, and they weren't so dark red anymore. After another short while passed, Yang Yi's eyes remained completely tranquil as he gazed at the miserable deaths of those people in the scenes that flashed within his mind. Yet Head obtained comprehension in his heart instead. What was life? What was death? Every single person had a different understanding of it, whereas Yang Yi's understanding towards this was extremely simple. Those who stand with me shall die, and those who defy me shall die. Yang Yi felt suddenly enlightened when he thought up to here. What was the sword for? What sort of Tao was the sword Tao? Actually, it wasn't very complicated. The sword was used to kill. The sword Tao was like a sharpening stone that was utilized to ceaselessly sharpen the sword, allowing it to become even sharper. After that, it would be better at killing. Yes, everything wasn't that complicated or profound. No matter if it was the enlightened sword heart, sword intent, or slaughter sword intent. All of them weren't that complicated, because at the bottom of it all, they were all used to kill. Simplicity. Yang Yi slowly opened his eyes, and his eyes were extremely clear. Meanwhile, the pearl of baleful blood slowly floated out from the center of his forehead, and then it floated in front of him. Yang Yi shook his head as he gazed at it. The pearl of baleful blood was a pseudo-Dao artifact, so it possessed a certain level of intelligence, and the reason it had been asleep for so long was that there hadn't been sufficient blood and slaughter around it. So, it had been constantly asleep, and it was to the point that Yang Yi had practically overlooked it. This time, it had absorbed a huge amount of the blood and baleful energy in the hidden dragon pagoda, and that was the reason why it had tried to take control of its owner instead. Unfortunately, it hadn't just failed. It had even allowed Yang Yi to obtain an even deeper understanding of the sword Dao. No, it should be said that it allowed Yang Yi to possess a sword Dao of his own. What was his sword Dao? Simplicity. In short, the benefits he obtained from this experience was unparalleled. Moreover, it allowed him to truly understand the meaning of the enlightened sword heart. The enlightened sword heart wasn't merely the ability to see through combat techniques. The enlightened sword heart was also a realm of cultivation, and it was a realm that allowed one to see through the essence of all techniques. Yang Yi shook his head and chuckled. If he understood this principle earlier, then he wouldn't have been unable to resist in Nanjing at all when she attacked him on the 5th level. Because when he looked at Nanjing now with the enlightenment that had obtained, he noticed that while Nanjing's strength and speed seemed to have no weakness or weak points, they actually had numerous flaws. Yang Yi stretched out his hand and grabbed the pearl of baleful blood, and he shook his head slightly while he gazed at the pearl in his hand. After that, he put it back into the tiny vortex. It was still quite useful to him, because it could improve his slaughter sword intent. Yes, his slaughter sword intent had attained the 7th level right now. The greatest contributor to this advancement was naturally the pearl of baleful blood, because the blood and baleful energy within it was extremely dense, and it just happened to be able to improve his slaughter sword intent. After he finished doing this, Yang Yi shot his gaze towards the surroundings, and his eyes turned icy cold as he gazed at the battles in the surroundings, especially when he saw the corpses of a few black, clothed figures lying before him. He didn't know their names, but he knew that they died for his sake. Ha ha! Right at this moment, Mu Jun's roaring laughter suddenly resounded from afar. Yang Yi raised his eyes to look over, and he saw 3 fine golden energy dragons moving around Mu Jun. Moreover, the air around him was clearly warping into an arc, and it was even flickering violently. The spirit realm. After Imoku, Hunyu, Luo Shui, and Yang Yi, another person had attained the spirit realm. Suddenly, Mu Jun's gaze shot towards Yang Yi, and then a wisp of a savage expression flashed through his eyes as he said, "Yang Yi, let's resolve the enmity between us right now. I wasn't able to fully control the mortal emperor seal that day, so I'll allow you to witness its true might now." As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Jun moved his palm, and the golden dragon-shaped seal in his palm shot violently towards Yang Yi. The seal expanded in midair, and less than a breath of time had passed when it had transformed into an enormous seal that covered an area of over 20 m. It was like a small hill that was smashed down forcefully at Yang Yi. Yang Yi's expression remained unchanged, and his figure only moved when it arrived 3 m away from him. He moved his wrist forward, and the tip of dragon bone stabbed right at the center of the mortal emperor seal. Clang! A clear and melodious band resounded. The enormous seal trembled violently before it was blasted flying. Mu Jun's pupils constricted when he witnessed this scene. When did Yang Yi's strength become so great? He is actually able to blast my mortal emperor seal, flying with a single strike of his sword? Meanwhile, Nanjing suddenly turned to look at Yang Yi while a trace of surprise appeared in her eyes. Yang Yi naturally didn't possess such strength. The reason he was able to accomplish this was that Head relied on the enlightened sword heart. Yes, Head noticed a flaw in the mortal emperor seal, and that strike of his had struck at its weak point. It was like someone utilizing his head to collide with the enemy's fist in battle. It would naturally be a losing battle. But what if the head was used to strike the enemy's balls? Utilizing one's advantage to strike against the weak point of another. That was exactly what Yang Yi had done right now. Mu Jun revealed a slightly savage expression on his face. Obviously, he hadn't imagined that while his strength had improved, it would be the same for Yang Yi. He grunted coldly and was about to launch another attack when Yang Yi suddenly vanished on the spot. In the next moment, head appeared right in front of Mu Jun, and then Yang Yi said in a ghastly voice, "Actually, I've been unable to bear the sight of you for a very long time. You're right. Let's put an end to the enmity between us today." As soon as he finished speaking, he stabbed his sword towards Mu Jun's chest. It wasn't very quickly, nor was the strength behind it very great. Moreover, he hadn't enhanced it with the nether ghost flame or sword intent as well. However, it was exactly such a simple strike of the sword that caused the surprise in Nanjing's eyes to grow even stronger. On the other hand, Mu Jun revealed a wisp of ridicule on his face instead. "You intend to kill me with such a simple strike of the sword? Are you sure there's nothing wrong with you in the head?" Chapter 385 Fierce Battle. Suddenly, Yang Yi's speed rose explosively, and then he appeared behind Mu Jun. After that, Dragon Bone glowed as it stabbed at Mu Jun from behind. It was simple, swift, and didn't have any unnecessary movements. Mu Jun's expression had changed at that moment. Yang Yi's figure had suddenly vanished on the spot. Right at this moment, coldness suddenly assaulted him from behind. Mu Jun was astounded by this, and he immediately turned around and swung his fist forward before a fine golden energy dragon suddenly flashed out. After that, he intended to retreat and put some distance between Yang Yi and himself. However, the sword in Yang Yi's hand had moved slightly to the side, and it struck the center of the golden dragon's forehead. Bang! A light bang resounded as the golden dragon exploded into pieces. A wisp of fear finally appeared in Mu Jun's eyes when he witnessed this scene. That combat technique of his was a low-grade heaven-rank technique, yet it was destroyed by a simple strike of Yang Yi's sword. How did Yang Yi accomplish that? Yang Yi didn't waste any time. He immediately charged forward swiftly while his sword stabbed at Mu Jun's chest. However, Yang Yi frowned because his sword seemed to have been obstructed by something, and it wasn't able to move another inch forward. Yang Yi spun his sword lightly and flicked it, causing Mu Jun's clothes to instantly split apart, and then Yang Yi noticed that a golden armor that emanated golden light resided beneath his clothes. Haha! Mu Jun suddenly roared with laughter. He laughed for a moment before he gazed at Yang Yi with a gaze that was filled with ridiculing and mocking expression. He said, "Yang Yi, aren't you capable of destroying all techniques with a single strike of your sword? Come, they'll stand right here for you to stab me. Go ahead and stab me. Let me see if you stab through the mortal emperor armor that's a pseudo-Dao artifact. Come on, don't complain that I didn't give you a chance." Yang Yi paid no attention to Mu Jun, who was shouting complacently. He suddenly flicked Dragon Bone to the side, and then he suddenly slashed it horizontally when it arrived at Mu Jun's neck. However, an expanse of golden dragon scales covered Mu Jun's neck when the tip of his sword was about to touch Mu Jun's neck. Moreover, it didn't just block Dragon Bone. It even caused Dragon Bone to hum from the rebound. Yang Yi frowned. The defensive strength of this mortal emperor armor that Mu Jun spoke of is really formidable. Moreover, it covers his entire body without leaving any weak points behind. How am I supposed to break through it? The disdain on Mu Jun's face grew stronger. The mortal emperor armor is a pseudo-Dao artifact, and it contains the aura of all the past mortal emperors. Moreover, it receives the protection of the world. Not to mention that you're merely a profounder who has just advanced into the spirit realm. You wouldn't be able to harm me even if you're at the peak of the spirit realm. Is that so? Yang Yi suddenly revealed a strange smile. He tapped the tip of his foot on the ground and shot forward like a bolt of lightning, while Dragon Bone stabbed straight towards the center of Mu Jun's forehead. Mu Jun still had dense disdain on his face because Yang Yi's strike had still been obstructed by the mortal emperor armor. Suddenly, an evil smile arose on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth. A fine strand of flame suddenly appeared on the tip of his sword, and then the scale formed by the mortal emperor armor instantly sunk down. Mu Jun's countenance instantly turned pale. He was just about to evade when Yang Yi suddenly spun his sword once more. Hiss! A fine hole was split open on that scale, and then Yang Ye's sword pierced straight through the center of Mu Jun's forehead. Everyone in the surroundings was dumbstruck. Regardless of which race they were from, all of them had stopped fighting, and they stared blankly at the Mu Jun who had a hole through the center of his forehead. Why did Yang Yi become so terrifying? Even Han Yu and Mu Jun, who has stepped foot into the spirit realm, has been killed by him. Luo Shui had a solemn expression in his eyes, because he noticed that Yang Yi seemed to be different now. On the other hand, a trace of excitement flickered in Nanjing's eyes, and she was like a hunter who had noticed her prey. After he killed Mu Jun, Yang Yi gestured with his hand, and then the Mortal Emperor seal and the Mortal Emperor armor instantly flew into his grasp. However, Yang Yi didn't even have the chance to feel happy when a strand of dazzling golden light suddenly erupted from the two pseudo-Dao artifacts and enveloped him. The weapon spirit and armor spirit within them were trying to protect their owner. Yang Yi grunted coldly amidst the golden light. Sword intent surged out from within him and instantly blasted the golden light apart, and then he grabbed them. The two pseudo-Dao artifacts intended to continue struggling, but Yang Yi immediately threw them into his vortex dantian, and they instantly became obedient upon arriving there. Yang Yi gestured once more, and the spatial ring on Mu Jun's hand flew into his grasp as well. Yang Yi didn't even take a look at its content before he put it away, because it wasn't the time to look at the treasures had obtained. After all, he had even more important matters to attend to. Right at this moment, a sharp glow of a sword flashed, and then Mu Jun's corpse vanished on the spot. Yang Yi frowned, and then he paid no further attention to it. He held Dragon Bone in his hand as he turned around to look at Zhang Lu and Yi Yun, and a strand of viciousness flashed through his eyes when he saw the dense bloody scars that covered their bodies. Yang Yi took a deep breath and walked over to them before he slapped a bunch of top-grade healing talismans onto the two of them. He said, "Leave the rest to me." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi looked at Imoku, and then he walked slowly towards Imoku and said, "Actually, regardless of whether it's the human race or devil race, everyone could just cultivate in peace on the 4th level. Everyone came here with a single objective, to become stronger. Yet your devil race, the nether race, and the demon race want to annihilate all of us. Let me ask you something. Have you succeeded? Imoku, look at the corpses of the members of your devil race that lie all over the surroundings. Is this what you wanted? How laughable." Imoku laughed with ridicule and said, "Yang Yi, if someone near your human race attained the spirit realm first, then do you think that they would get along peacefully with us? Haha. At that time, it would be the profounders from my devil race who were slaughtered. So, there's no need to waste your breath. Your strength seemed to have improved greatly. We might as well fight to the death now instead of waiting for the hidden dragon rankings. What do you think?" "There really is no need to waste our breaths." Yang Yi nodded. He wasn't someone that liked to waste his breath, and the reason had done so was because his heart ached. It ached from the deaths of those human profounders and the assassins that had chosen to follow him. Earlier, all of them were still standing alive and well in front of him. Yet now, they'd become numerous icy cold corpses. Yang Yi wasn't a soft-hearted person, and when he faced his enemies, he wouldn't even flinch even if he had to kill 1,000,000 others. However, when he saw people who he considered his own transform into numerous icy cold corpses, he couldn't help but feel pain in his heart. This was a selfish way of thinking, but was anyone in this world capable of avoiding even the slightest trace of selfishness? After all, Yang Yi stood on the side of those who were close to him and not reason itself, because it was always one's relatives and brothers who would stand by one side at the most difficult times. Reason? What a joke. Reason stood on the side of the person with the bigger fist. If you die, all the human profounders here and below will be unable to leave the hidden dragon pagoda with their lives. A strand of devil energy surged out from within Imoku, while the nether god's spear in his hand started to spin swiftly. Moreover, a ghastly and horrifying cold blue light flickered on its tip. Yang Yi nodded and said, "Similarly, if you, Imoku, die, then all the devil profounders who came to the southern territory, right, the nether profounders and demon profounders as well, all of them won't be able to return home. Haha, then come at me." Emoku raised his head and howled, and then he suddenly stomped his right foot on the ground and shot forward explosively with the nether god's spear in his hand. In the blink of an eye, Emoku arrived in front of Yang Yi, and then his spear instantly arrived before Yang Yi's chest. Moreover, the formidable force it carried caused the space along the spear's path to warp severely. Yang Yi's expression remained composed. He made a light tap with Dragon Bone when the spear was only a few centimeters away from his chest, and it struck half an inch below the tip of the spear. Clang! The terrifying energy contained within the spear was instantly dispersed by over 80%. At the same time, its trajectory was directly altered by this tap from Yang Yi. Yang Yi didn't give up on this chance. He took a large stride forward, and then Dragon Bone stabbed swiftly like a bolt of lightning towards Emoku's chest. Yang Yi was clearly aware of how terrifying Emoku's physical defense was, so he didn't hold back at all. The nether ghost flame transformed into a ball of thumb-sized flame that covered the tip of his sword while Yang Yi converged his physical strength there as well. At this moment, the energy contained within the tip of Yang Yi's sword was extremely terrifying, and the sound of air exploding resounded incessantly wherever it passed. Emoku didn't dare act carelessly when he sensed the terrifying energy contained within Yang Yi's sword. However, he didn't choose to evade because he would lose momentum if he did that right now. Of course, it was also because it was impossible to evade at such a close distance. Since he couldn't evade, then he intended to go head-on against it. A grim shout resounded from Emoku as his left fist, which was covered in black scales, blasted towards the tip of Yang Yi's sword. Right when Emoku's fist was about to strike the tip of Yang Yi's sword, his pupils suddenly constricted, because he noticed that Yang Yi's body had vanished on the spot, and it was only an afterimage in front of him. Right at this moment, a sharp and ear-piercing sound of the air being torn apart resounded behind Emoku, and then the tip of a sword that was suffused with a fine glow of fire instantly struck his back. Chapter 386: The Hidden Dragon Steel. Yang Yi's sword pierced through Emoku's body, yet he didn't reveal even a trace of happiness. On the contrary, he frowned instead because it was an afterimage that had stabbed. "Did you think that you're the only one who possesses shocking speed?" Emoku's voice resounded from behind Yang Yi, and then the nether god's spear shot straight towards the back of Yang Yi's head. Yang Yi swiftly turned around before he stabbed his sword straight ahead, and it collided with Emoku's spear. Bang! The sound of metal colliding resounded, and the enormous force from the collision caused them to retreat explosively by around 25 m before they finally stopped. However, in the next moment, both of them shot explosively at each other again, and then sounds of metal colliding resounded incessantly. Both their strengths were on par, their defense was on par, and their realms of cultivation were the same. Moreover, even their combat experience was almost the same. So, the battle between them was extremely intense. Yang Yi gradually gained the upper hand in the battle because he possessed the enlightened sword heart, and he was able to easily disperse Emoku's attacks before launching an effective counterattack. However, it was useless as well, because even if he was able to stab Emoku, it wasn't able to harm Emoku at all. It didn't even stab through Emoku's skin. Similarly, Emoku's beak was unable to cause any material harm to Yang Yi when it struck Yang Yi. In other words, if they didn't reveal their trump cards, then it was practically impossible for them to kill each other. Clang! Their sword and spar collided forcefully in midair, and sparks sprayed from the point of collision. The formidable force from the collision caused both the sword and spear to tremble violently, and then Yang Yi and Emoku moved backward repeatedly and were split apart. Looks like there's no need to wait for the hidden dragon rankings to begin. Right at this moment, and Nanjing's voice suddenly resounded, and then she walked slowly onto the hidden dragon arena. She glanced at both Emoku and Yang Yi before she nodded lightly and said, "Only a few of us possess the qualifications to seize a position on the hidden dragon rankings. In my opinion, having battles one after the other is truly too troublesome. So why don't both of you fight me at the same time?" Everyone in the surroundings immediately froze. Fight her at the same time? My God, I'm not hearing things, right? And Nanjing actually wants Emoku and Yang Yi to fight her at the same time? Has she gone mad? Emoku and Yang Yi were stunned as well. Could this woman have really gone mad with arrogance? Fight her together? Does she really think that she's invincible? However, right at this moment, and Nanjing glanced indifferently at Luo Shui and spoke shocking words once more. You fight me at the same time as well. There's no need to reveal such an expression of surprise and amusement. I know you're not weaker to Imoku and Yangyi, and you might even be much stronger than them. However, it's all meaningless to me. So, for the sake of saving myself the trouble, all of you can fight me at once. Luo Shui shook his head and chuckled as he said, I know you possess the qualifications to act arrogantly, but I'm sorry, I won't join forces with them to fight you at the same time. Of course, if you want to challenge me to a one-on-one fight, then I accept. And Nanjing, do you really think you're invincible? Imoka spoke coldly. Challenge you together? What an awesome plan. If you win, you'll be unprecedented, and your position as the martial god would be firmed, whereas you'd still be able to be renowned throughout the continent even if you lose. I know that you're very strong, but truthfully speaking, you don't have the qualifications to make us challenge you at the same time. Regardless of whether it was Imoku or Luo Shui, they had their own sense of pride. So, challenging in Nanjing at the same time with others was an insult to them. Yang Yi fell silent. Head fought in Nanjing, so he was clearly aware of the terrifying strength that she possessed. Even though she was very arrogant, she wasn't a brainless person. So, since she actually dared to boast in such a manner, then it represented that she was fully confident in her ability. However, Yang Yi was very puzzled in his heart as well. Where did she get such confidence? No matter if it was Imoku, Luo Shui, or Yang Yi, all of them had revealed extremely terrifying strengths right now. It could be said that three of them could firmly occupy the first position of a hidden dragon ranking of the past if the other two weren't present at the time. Moreover, Yang Yi firmly believed that both Imoku and Luo Shui definitely possessed shocking trump cards. And Nanjing was definitely aware of this as well. Since she knew yet actually dared to boast like that, then was she too arrogant or filled with confidence? And Nanjing nodded when she heard them, and then she glanced at Yang Yi and said, Do you have anything to say? Good luck. Yang Yi spoke flatly, and Nanjing glanced at the three of them before she said, Actually, all of you would still have a slight chance if you joined forces. After all, you aren't weak. Unfortunately, you've given up on such an opportunity for the sake of that incomprehensible regard for face and pride. As soon as she finished speaking, and Nanjing's figure flashed over to the stone steel, and then she pressed her palm against it. Bang! A strand of dazzling radiance erupted from it, and then everyone watched with astonishment as Nanjing's name appeared at the lowest row of the stone steel. After that, her name leaped, and not even a breath of time had passed before her name was on the 5th row. Moreover, it merely stopped there for a few breaths of time before it leaped up once more, and it arrived beneath the 3rd row. In other words, it was beneath the Sword Sect's founding ancestor. After another short moment, and Nanjing's name leaped once more under the astounded gazes of everyone, and it leaped past the Sword Sect's founding ancestor, and when have I feared the world to arrive at the 2nd position. The others in the surroundings were dumbstruck when they witnessed this scene. And Nanjing actually surpassed the Sword Sect's founding ancestor? Her potential has actually surpassed the strongest expert in the past 10,000 years? What did this represent? It represented that an extraordinary expert would soon emerge on the continent. Yang Yi, Imoku, and Luo Shui had solemn expressions on their faces right now. Her potential has actually surpassed the Sword Sect's founding ancestor. Isn't that a little too terrifying? Even though the three of them were very confident in their own ability and extremely proud, they didn't think that they could surpass the Sword Sect's founding ancestor. At this moment, and Nanjing had used facts to prove that her potential had surpassed the Sword Sect's founding ancestor. However, this wasn't the end of it. Right when Yang Yi and the others were shocked, another strand of dazzling light had suddenly erupted from the stone steel. After that, and Nanjing's name surpassed the first martial god of Profounder Continent, Qing Wanfeng, and appeared at the top of the stone steel. Everyone in the surroundings froze once more. Her potential actually surpassed the first martial god. No one throughout the annals of history has ever been able to surpass the first martial god, but in Nanjing has actually accomplished it. Even though it didn't represent that her future accomplishments would definitely surpass the first martial god, it proved that in Nanjing's potential had surpassed the first martial god. If in Nanjing didn't meet an early end, then she would definitely become an expert who surpassed the sword sect's founding ancestor and Qing Wanfeng. At the same time, another extraordinary expert would rise from the continent. Right at this moment, the white-haired old man, Qian Huan, appeared here. He gazed at the first row at the top of the stone stele which housed in Nanjing's name now, and then a complicated expression flashed through his eyes before excitement filled them. His gaze descended onto a Nanjing before he said, "I'm an elder of the 9th rank sect, Ascension Sect. I represent the Ascension Sect in inviting you to join my Ascension Sect. No matter if it's the cultivation techniques, combat techniques, or treasures of the clan, you can choose anything you desire. Moreover, you can even ask for a reasonable request to be fulfilled. What do you think?" Qian Huan, you've broken the rules. Right at this moment, a Taoist who wore Taoist robes appeared here. He glanced coldly at Qian Huan before he said, "Qian Huan, the hidden dragon rankings hasn't come to an end. Yet you're already started to recruit in secret. This doesn't conform to the rules, right?" "Feng Xiu, my Ascension Sect is taking her." Qian Huan's voice carried a firm and indisputable tone. "How laughable." The Taoist laughed coldly and said, "Taking her? On what basis? Because you, Qian Huan, are old?" A wisp of rage flashed through Qian Huan's eyes, and then he pondered deeply for a short moment before he said, "Feng Xiu, we'll make a compromise. My Ascension Sect will only take her from all the human geniuses who participate in the hidden dragon rankings. All the rest will belong to your Pure River Sect. What do you think? Don't refuse me just yet. Look at that sword cultivator, Yang Yi. He has comprehended sword intent at such a young age and even possesses 7th level slaughter sword intent. Such a genius in the sword Dao isn't inferior to this little girl, right? Besides that, these human profounders in the surroundings are genius in the sword Dao." Feng Xiu glanced at Yang Yi before he immediately interrupted Qian Huan and said in a furious tone, "Qian Huan, do you think I'm an idiot? Genius in the sword Dao? It's merely 7th level sword intent, and he only has a few years of lifespan left. How could he possibly compare to that little girl? What a joke. 1,000 of him can't even compare to a fraction of her." Chapter 387 Fight Me at the Same Time. 1,000 of me can't even compare to a fraction of her? Yang Yi laughed coldly when he heard this. This old Taoist is really Frank He. Is it so great to be from a 9th rank sect? Indeed, it's great. But so what? Aren't I, Yang Yi, still alive and well without a sect? Yang Yi couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the old Taoist. In any case, he didn't want to join the Clear River sect. "Senior, you're mistaken." Meanwhile, Nanjing said, even though he merely possesses 7th level sword intent, he has a sword Dao of his own. So, if it's amongst all the sword cultivators of the younger generation, none can compare to him. She's right. Qian Huan said as well, "Feng Xiu, this kid killed a genius of the Mo clan who possessed 8th level sword intent, and he even obtained the acknowledgement of the ancient sheath to become the next sword emperor. Even though he's inferior to her, there's probably less than a handful amongst the younger generation of the entire continent who can defeat him. Moreover, the most important point is that he's from the Southern Territory and is even an independent cultivator." Feng Xiu's eyelids twitched when he heard this, and then his gaze descended once more onto Yang Yi. He sized up Yang Yi for a moment, yet still shook his head and said, "Condensed sword intent like a sharp sword that's waiting to be unsheathed, and a fierce and sharp aura. He has good potential. Unfortunately, he's cursed by the heavens, and his lifespan is still no more than a few years. Moreover, even though he's the Sword Emperor, he's still too inferior when compared to her. So, I can do without him." "Senior, you're wrong again." It was none other than Shi Luo who spoke these words. Feng Xiu glanced indifferently at Shi Luo and said, "Kid from the Endless Sect, you seem to have lost face for the Endless Sect this time. You were actually reduced to such an embarrassing state by the Devil Profounders. You master would probably be angered to death if he found out about this. Shi Luo shook his head and said, Senior Feng, you said that Yang Yi is inferior to a Nanjing, and I acknowledge that. After all, her genius is really too monstrous. However, you shouldn't underestimate Yang Yi because head really extremely strong. In any case, I'm embarrassed by my inferiority to him. Oh. Feng Xiu's brows raised and revealed a trace of interest before he said, he actually made you speak such words. Could it be that I, Feng Xiu, had made a mistake? As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Xiu turned to look at Yang Yi and said, Kid, don't say that I didn't give you a chance. Reveal all your trump cards. They'll let you join my Clear River sect if you can satisfy me. Yang Yi chuckled when he heard this. Is this charity? Would he, Yang Yi, need Feng Xiu's charity? Yang Yi shook his head and said, there's no need for that. Just as Senior said, I really don't have many years of lifespan left. So, joining Senior's sect would only be a waste of your sect's resources. Feng Xiu restrained his smile and said, you're still too young. Do you know what you've missed from speaking out of anger? Even if you've obtained the ancient Shi's acknowledgement, what can you possibly accomplish without the fostering of a sect? The ancient Sheath was able to abandon emoting you. So when you have insufficient strength in the future, it will abandon you as well. Understand? That's nothing you have to worry about. Yang Yi spoke indifferently. How could he, Yang Yi, accept such charity that came in such a humiliating form? Feng Xiu grunted coldly. He withdrew his gaze and shot it onto a Nanjing before he said, my Clear River sect can provide the same conditions that Qin Huan promised you. Moreover, I can make the decision to immediately make you the personal disciple of my Clear River sect's master and become the next sect master of Clear River sect. What do you think? Qin Huan frowned. He was just about to say something when a Nanjing shook her head slowly and said, Seniors, there's no need to waste your time on me. I have a master and a sect. What? Feng Xiu and Qin Huan frowned at the same time. And then Qin Huan said in a low voice, Little girlin, you have a sect? And a master? And Nanjing nodded and said, Indeed. However, I can't tell you about them. If there's nothing else, then please start the Hidden Dragon rankings. I don't want to waste too much time here. The two of them instantly revealed bitter expressions when they heard this, because they'd noticed an extraordinary genius and had almost flared up against each other. Yet she actually had a master and a sect already. Both of them sighed at the same time, and then their gazes descended onto Yang Yi. If a Nanjing was excluded, then the most outstanding amongst the human profounders here was Yang Yi. Unfortunately, he only had a few years left to live. Of course, if Yang Yi possessed natural talent which was equivalent to a Nanjing, then they would find a way to replenish Yang Yi's lifespan even if they had to use the resources of their entire sect. Unfortunately, Yang Yi didn't. However, Yang Yi still had some value now. Why? Because with the strength Yang Yi possessed, it was practically inevitable that Yang Yi would gain a position in the rankings. So long as Yang Yi was in the top 10, then he would be able to obtain karmic luck. In other words, if Yang Yi were to join their sects, then their sects would be able to benefit from the karmic luck that Yang Yi obtained. When he thought up to here, Qin Huan was the first to speak. He said, Kid, they'll try to extend your lifespan if you're willing to join my sect. What do you think? Yang Yi shook his head and spoke indifferently. Thank you for the good intentions, Senior. However, I'm used to being free, and I'm no accustomed to being tied down. So, I appreciate your kindness, Senior. Meanwhile, Feng Xiu grunted coldly and said, Your natural endowment and natural talent in the Sword Dao are very good indeed. But if you don't have the fostering of a sect and a huge amount of cultivation resources, then it would be in vain no matter how extraordinary your natural talent in the Sword Dao is. I won't be as hypocritical as Qin Huan. I won't ask you to join my sect, and I just want you to give 80% of the karmic luck you obtain to my Clear River sect. Why would I do that? Yang Yi started laughing from the extreme rage he felt. Feng Xiu's eyes narrowed slightly while a strand of cold light flashed through his eyes. He said, I'll naturally not take your karmic luck for nothing. You'll provide karmic luck to my sect, and my sect will provide a certain amount of cultivation resources to you. Moreover, I can give you some cultivation techniques and combat techniques as well. Don't worry, they'll be at the Earth rank at least. Forget it. Yang Yi refused decisively. I can obtain cultivation resources myself, so Senior doesn't have to worry about that. Besides that, since Senior was frank, then I'll be frank as well. I don't want to join any sect, so don't waste your effort anymore. Please go look for someone else if you want karmic luck. Feng Xiu's face fell because a tiny profounder at the spirit realm had actually dared to speak to him like that. Such blatant disrespect. He wanted to teach Yang Yi a lesson. However, he had no choice but to abandon this thought when he recalled the rules of the ancient battlefield. In the end, he merely glanced coldly at Yang Yi and said, as expected of a sword cultivator, "You even speak so arrogantly. I hope your life will be as great as your arrogance." As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Xiu's figure flashed and vanished on the spot. Qian Huan said, "Kid, even though his way of speed wasn't pleasant, you shouldn't have talked back to him. It's really unwise to offend an expert." Yang Yi laughed coldly and said, "Senior, you should be clearly aware of the reason why I would have offended such an expert. Had never thought of offending an extraordinary expert." But it couldn't be helped because Feng Xiu had spoken in such a haughty manner, as if recruiting Yang Yi was the greatest fortune in Yang Yi's lifetime. If it wasn't for his insufficient strength, he would have drawn his sword and attacked by now. Qian Huan was stunned, and then he shook his head and laughed before falling silent. He glanced at Nanjing while true regret flashed clearly through his eyes. It wasn't a huge deal that he was unable to recruit Yang Yi. After all, Yang Yi only had a few years to live. So, no matter how monstrous his genius was, it would only last for a short while. However, Nanjing was different. She was a truly extraordinary genius. He could imagine that if his sect were to be able to recruit her, then she would definitely be able to bring his sect to its peak in the future. It would become the first 10th rank sect in the last 10,000 years of the continent. Unfortunately, it was truly unfortunate. Both Feng Xiu and Qian Huan had thought of taking her by force, but they had no choice but to abandon such a thought. Why? It wasn't worth the risk. Not to mention that they didn't know the identity of a Nanjing sect and master. Taking such action would definitely make a Nanjing detest them. The slightest mistake would even make their sects have an extraordinarily formidable enemy in the future. So, they had no choice but to abandon such a thought. Qian Huan shook his head, and then he glanced at everyone present here and said, "It's about time. The Hidden Dragon rankings starts officially right now. Work hard for the fate of your sects and yourselves." As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from within in Nanjing, and it made the expressions of everyone change. Because it was the aura of a spirit realm expert. And Nanjing's figure flashed and appeared on the Hidden Dragon arena. She glanced at the others below the arena and spoke indifferently. "There's no need to waste time. All of you can fight me at the same time." Chapter 388 Triad Mantra. As she stood there proudly with her hands behind her back, and Nanjing was extremely striking at this moment. Of course, it wasn't because of her appearance but her bearing. It was that unparalleled domineering aura and confidence. Yes, and Nanjing was overflowing with a domineering aura, and the indifference and confidence in her eyes aroused feelings of both respect and hate in others. She looked down upon the world. At this moment, that was exactly what others felt from her. It was true contempt upon the world, and she regarded all the heroes of the world as nothing but dirt. As he gazed at a Nanjing who looked down upon the world from the arena, Yang Yi had no choice but to admit that the quasi-martial god of the past, Yuan Tong, was too inferior when compared to a Nanjing. What was the martial god? How should the martial god be like? Yang Yi didn't know the answer to that, nor had he seen someone like that. But if it was now, then he would say that the martial god should be like a Nanjing. Haha, this is the arrogant, imposing aura that the martial god should possess. Meanwhile, Luo Shui suddenly started laughing, and then he glanced at Imoku and Yang Yi as he said, "Will the two of you go first, or shall I?" Luo Shui naturally didn't want them to challenge her with him. Imoku's figure flashed onto the Hidden Dragon arena. Devil energy surged out from within him, and then a layer of black scales instantly enveloped his entire body. He said, "The martial god is invincible at the same realm of cultivation and lives a life of matchlessness. Since I, Emoku, started cultivating, I've never lost to someone of the same realm as well. And Nanjing, you're at the peak and seek defeat. I, Emoku, am the same. I hope you don't disappoint me. You're not enough. And Nanjing shook her head lightly. Is that so? As soon as he finished speaking, Emoku vanished on the spot, and he instantly arrived in front of Nanjing. His fist that was covered in sharp scales emanated a string of explosions as it blasted through the air and smashed forcefully towards Nanjing's head. However, right when his fist was just a few centimeters away from Nanjing's head, Nanjing's fist had suddenly appeared in front of Emoku's chest and smashed directly against him. Clang! It was like her fist had struck hard iron, and the sound of metal colliding resounded. Nanjing's beautiful brows knit together slightly. In the next moment, she spun her fist slightly. Pierce! As soon as she spoke, her fist suddenly smashed down. Bang! Emoku was blasted flying. A thin barrier of light suddenly appeared at the edges of the arena when Emoku was about to fly off the arena, and an enormous bang resounded as Emoku collided with the barrier of light. Emoku was instantly blasted flying again. However, right at this moment, Nanjing suddenly appeared in front of Emoku, who was still in midair, and then she suddenly her fist down at his stomach. Bang! Emoku's figure curled forward while he flew backward again. The countless spectators below the arena were dumbstruck, especially the Devil Profounders. They were very clearly aware of the defensive and physical strengths that Emoku possessed, and it wasn't exaggerated to say that even a spirit realm expert would find it almost impossible to break through his defenses. Yet now, their big brother was being completely suppressed in strength by a human profounder. Only Yangyi wasn't so surprised. After all, had fought in Nanjing before this, and he was clearly aware of how terrifying she was. Emoku's defensive ability was on par to his own, yet hadn't Nanjing overcome his defenses as well at that time? No, she hadn't overcome their defenses. It was rather like their defenses were of no effect to her. Every single one of her punches struck straight through his defenses and shook his internal organs. Yangyi shook his head while he gazed at Emoku because Emoku had been slightly careless in the end. Emoku hadn't revealed his true strength at the very beginning, otherwise, he wouldn't have suffered 2 successive punches from Nanjing. After she blasted him flying with that second kick, Nanjing didn't follow up with another attack. She stood on the spoke and watched Emoku crash to the ground as she said indifferently, "Those 2 punches were the price for underestimating me. I didn't kill you because you haven't revealed your true strength, so it would be quite a pity to kill you just like that. I really shouldn't have underestimated you at all." Emoku stood up slowly. The small and delicate imprint of a fist could be surprisingly seen on his stomach, and there was an even more striking wisp of fresh blood on the corner of his mouth. Emoku licked off the blood on the corner of his mouth, and then he revealed a savage expression and said, "Good, very good. I really haven't experienced the feeling of being injured for a very long time. As expected of the martial god, you're actually able to disregard my physical defense, and you've even comprehended the true secrets of strength and speed. You really do possess extraordinary natural talent." As soon as he finished speaking, a pair of pitch-black wings flashed out from Emoku's back. They were formed from pitch-black and mysterious scales, and they were covered in black energy and seemed extremely bizarre. The edges of the wings seemed even more alike to sharp blades, and they flickered with a horrifying and ghastly cold glow. The devil god's wings? When she saw these wings, Nanjing's gaze wasn't that calm and composed anymore, and there was a trace of fluctuation in time. The devil god's wings was the most formidable devil artifact that the devil god possessed all those years ago, and it was crafted from 33,000 dragon scales and the blood essence of the saint devil beast of the devil territory, the dark devil dragon. A saint devil beast of the devil territory was equivalent to a saint-ranked demon beast of the demon territory. Besides being capable of greatly increasing its user's speed, the devil god's wings was a defensive treasure, because it could envelop its owner when needed, and its harness was something that even a Dao artifact wouldn't overcome. Besides that, It could be utilized as an offensive treasure because the 33,000 dragon scales were sharp to the point of being able to easily slice through a high-grade heaven rank armor. Of course, most importantly, the devil god's wings contained the soul of the dark devil dragon which the devil god had sealed within it. In short, the devil god's wings was an all-rounder. It possessed capabilities in speed, offense, and defense. Of course, the might of the devil god's wings depended entirely on its user's strength. If the devil god utilized it, then it could move 500 kilometers in an instant, but with Emok's strength, just 50 kilometers in an instant was a pretty good achievement. But even then, it was still extremely formidable. After all, even an Exalt Realm expert couldn't move 50 kilometers in an instant. When they saw the devil god's wings, both Yang Yi and Luo Shui revealed solemn expressions because even their hearts palpitated slightly from the terrifying aura contained within the devil god's wings. "Is this what you intend to rely on?" And Nanjing spoke indifferently. "And Nanjing, take out your sky split. Otherwise, you won't have another chance." Emok gazed at Nanjing while he spoke with a peerlessly domineering tone. And Nanjing shook her head slowly and said, "There's no need for that, and I disdain to use it on you." A wisp of a savage expression instantly flashed through Emok's eyes when he heard this. "Then die." He hadn't even finished speaking the last word when his figure had arrived in front of Nanjing, and then his figure spun as the wings on his back slashed horizontally at her like a pair of sharp blades. And Nanjing's expression was calm as she smashed her fist forward. Bang! Emoku took a few steps back while Nanjing stood on the spot without moving. However, her brows had knit together slightly before a bloody mark had appeared on her right fist. "You really are looking for death." And Nanjing raised her head to gaze at Emoku. In the next moment, her figure suddenly vanished on the spot, and she left a string of seemingly material afterimages behind as she instantly arrived in front of Emoku. She clenched her right fist tightly, and then it caused explosions in the air as it struck straight at Emok's head. Yang Yi and Luo Shui's expressions changed in unison upon witness this scene, because her fist actually made the space throughout its path warp severely. Emok's pupils constricted as well, and he didn't dare act carelessly in the slightest. His wings moved to instantly envelop him. At the same time, numerous scales shot violently towards Nanjing's throat and stomach. However, those scales hadn't even come into contact with her when they were blasted backward from the force contained in her fist. "Pierce!" And Nanjing shouted lightly, and then her fist smashed onto Emok's wings. Bang! Emoku was blasted flying again. Luo Shui's pupils constricted as he said, "The Triad Mantra." Now he finally understood why Nanjing's speed and strength were so terrifying. The Triad Mantra was a type of spirit art. Spirit arts were similar to combat techniques, but their essence was different. Because combat techniques were activated by profound energy, whereas spirit arts were activated by the spirit, energy, essence, and will. It could be said that spirit arts belonged to a different way of cultivating, but it was extremely difficult to cultivate as well because its requirements were extremely harsh. Coupled with the fact that spirit arts were extremely rare, so very few throughout the continent were capable of utilizing them. The Triad Mantra was a spirit art created by the 10th martial god, and it was respectively Accelerate, Ward, and Pierce. Accelerate represented the utilization of spirit, energy, essence, and will to improve one's speed, while Ward represented the ability to ward off attacks. As for Pierce, it represented the ability to disregard all defenses when attacking. Now, Luo Shui finally understood why Emok's defenses were completely suppressed by her. It was because Nanjing had comprehended the true secrets of the Triad Mantra, and Nanjing had only obtained the inheritance of the martial god for a short period. So, logically speaking, it was impossible for her to comprehend the Triad Mantra. However, she just so happened to have comprehended it, and it was even to such a skilled level. Why was she able to accomplish this? It was because Nanjing had already comprehended strength intent and speed intent. It could be said that the Triad Mantra was countless times stronger than when it was in the hands of the 10th martial god, because the 10th martial god hadn't comprehended the true secrets of strength and speed. Luo Shui's expression had become extremely serious. She really is very formidable. Yang Yi wasn't aware of all that. He merely knew that in Nanjing's martial Dao was very similar to his sword Dao. It was a form of simplicity as well. And Nanjing's attacks and defenses didn't have any unnecessary movements or flair, and they purely displayed strength and speed to their extremes. This seemed to be quite simple, but it was actually extraordinarily difficult to accomplish. I have the enlightened sword heart that's capable of destroying all techniques with a single strike of the sword. It allows me to see through the essence and flaws of all things. However, Nanjing isn't utilizing any moves at all, so how can I destroy them? How can I defeat her? Yang Yi's brows knit together imperceptibly when he thought up to here. But in the blink of an eye, he chuckled lightly. Haha, why am I thinking about all of this now? I'll naturally know how to deal with it when I fight her later. After he straightened out his thinking, Yang Yi shot his gaze towards the arena again. Chapter 389 Endless Battle. Nanjing stood proudly on the arena with her hands behind her back, and her gaze was calm and indifferent. Imoku was tightly enveloped by the devil god's wings, and he was like an iron ball that resided in front of her. Moreover, it was impossible to determine his situation because of this. And Nanjing was being conceited but confident. The reason she'd given Imoku opportunities to catch his breath every single time wasn't because she wanted to display her strength. She merely hoped that he could give her a pleasant surprise. Yes, she wanted to lose, or perhaps it should be said that she wanted someone to be able to let her fight to her heart's content, because only then could she be aware of her limits. However, there wasn't anyone amongst her peers who could make her fight seriously in battle. And Nanjing shook her head and walked slowly towards Imoku, and she spoke while she did that. The devil god's wings is very formidable because it's actually capable of injuring me. But Imoku, you're still quite weak and are unable to truly bring forth its true might. Moreover, external sources of strength will only amount to so much because the strength you obtain by relying on external sources will only last for a moment. Only the strength you possess yourself is the most authentic. Could it be that you're unaware of this principle? All those years ago, the devil god's wings was controlled by the devil god. But are you, Imoku, controlling it now, or is it controlling you? The devil god's wings opened up slowly to reveal Imoku, who still had a wisp of fresh blood on the corner of his mouth. Imoku was unprecedentedly calm as he listened to Nanjing. Since Head inherited the devil god's wings, Head always thought that he, Imoku, was truly controlling it. Moreover, he was always extremely confident because he possessed it, and he was still full of confidence even if he faced Nanjing. However, when he reflected upon it, he realized that his so-called confidence came from the devil god's wings. Did the strength of the devil god's wings belong to him, Imoku? The answer was no. He wasn't just relying on its strength. He was relying on the strength of an external object and had entrusted his confidence to it. Is this the path of the devil that I, Imoku, seek? When he thought up to here, Imoku laughed with self-ridicule, and then the wings on his back retracted slowly and entered his body in the end. He raised his head to gaze at Nanjing before he said, "And Nanjing, I, Imoku, have lost. Not only have I lost in terms of strength, but I've also lost to you in the martial Dao. I, Imoku, acknowledge your position as the martial god." The spectators below the arena were deathly silent. Imoku admitted defeat. Actually, this wasn't very surprising because Nanjing's strength was truly too formidable. With the strength that she revealed now, how many of her peers could defeat her? Yang Yi fell silent. Even though Nanjing was speaking to Imoku, couldn't it be applied to him as well? Besides the sword domain, sword intent, and enlightened sword heart, what else belonged to him? Yang Yi? The Nether Ghost Flame and Ninth Hell Cold Gale were natural treasures that possessed formidable strengths, but the problem was whether they weren't part of his own strength. They weren't. Just like Imoku, he was relying on external sources of strength, and when one relied on formidable sources of external strength, it was easy for one to become reliant on them. This was a fact because hadn't he, Yang Yi, been filled with confidence at one time because he possessed the Nether Ghost Flame? It wasn't wrong to rely on external sources of strength, But one had to avoid reversing the order of what was the top priority. Because only the strength obtained by oneself is authentic. After all, it was impossible to lose no matter the circumstances. Now, Yang Yi had a slight understanding of why Nanjing didn't utilize Skysplit. Because she didn't want to rely on Skysplit's strength. After she heard Imoku admit defeat, and Nanjing stood there for a moment and still had an extremely calm expression as she said, "The incomplete soul of the dark devil dragon lies within the devil god's wings. If you release it with all your strength, then I might not be able to resist its might. Isn't that your greatest trump card? Could it be that you intend to give up just like that? Even if it can defeat you, it wouldn't be I, Imoku, who defeated you, right?" Imoku said, "Moreover, I firmly believe that it might not be able to defeat you even if I release it and support it with all my strength. And Nanjing, you've won. However, the path towards the martial Tao is a very long path ahead. You're leading for now, but it doesn't mean you'll lead forever. I'll catch up to you. They'll be waiting." And Nanjing slowly relaxed her clenched right hand as she spoke indifferently. She originally intended to kill him. However, she'd give up on it in the end, because she hoped that he could give her a pleasant surprise in the future. After all, there were truly too few amongst the younger generation who had the qualifications to pleasantly surprise her. Imoku walked slowly off the arena and arrived before the other devil profounders. He bowed slightly and said, "I'm sorry. I disappointed everyone." The devil profounders fell silent, and they didn't blame Imoku. After all, Nanjing was truly too formidable. However, they carried the hopes of the devil race, and Imoku's defeat represented that the hopes of countless people had been destroyed. How would we face our fellow devil profounders when we return? After a short while passed, one of the devil profounders suddenly said, "Big brother, it's fine. Even though you weren't able to obtain the first, it's fine so long as you're still alive. Because there's still hope for the devil race so long as you're still alive. I believe that you'll definitely be able to lead our devil race to escape its current situation and allow us to live our lives like the humans. I believe it as well. Big brother, even if all of us die, there'll still be hope for our devil race while you're still alive. I believe that our fellow devil profounders will definitely understand. No matter what, we brothers will definitely continue staying by your side. Even if we have to traverse an ocean of fire and rush into hell itself. While we've lost to the humans, for now, it doesn't represent that we'll lose forever. Big brother, I believe that you'll definitely be able to defeat that so-called martial god in the future." Imoku's eyes turned slightly red when he heard the consolation they provided. His objective was the first when he came to the ancient battlefield this time. Because only the karmic luck obtained by the first would be sufficient to change the fate of the devil race. Of course, most importantly, obtaining the first would be able to rouse the spirits of the entire devil race. Unfortunately, had lost. He who was supreme in the eyes of the devil race's younger generation had lost to a human. How many of our fellow devil profounders will be disappointed when I return to the devil territory? And Nanjing's gaze descended onto Yang Yi and Luo Shui while she stood on the arena, and she said, "There really is no need to waste time. Both of you can fight me at once. Only the three of us have the right to compete for the first position, so wouldn't it be better for us to resolve it at once?" Luo Shui shook his head slowly while his figure flashed up onto the arena. After that, he said, "You're very strong, and you really do have the qualifications to speak those words. However, fighting you 2-on-1 will cause a flaw to appear in my mental state. So, even if I win, it would. You should understand what I mean, right?" And Nanjing nodded slightly and said, "Then attack." Luo Shui shook his head again and said, "You fought Imoku just now, so fighting you now would be unfair to you. I'm aware that you don't care, but I do." So, when he spoke up to here, he turned around to look at Yang Yi, who resided below the arena, and said, "We should have fought a long time ago. Unfortunately, we've never had a suitable opportunity. We have one now, so come one." Yang Yi nodded. He flashed onto the arena, and then Dragonbone appeared in his grasp with a flip of his palm. He raised it slowly to point it at Luo Shui before he said, "You're right, we really should have fought a long time ago. So, let's fight to our heart's content now." Of course. Luo Shui turned around to look at Nanjing and said, he'll fight you after I deal with him. It'll be fair like that. What do you think? And Nanjing glanced at Luo Shui, and then she spoke indifferently. Perhaps he'll deal with you. His strength isn't sufficient. Luo Shui grinned lightly, and then he flipped his palm before a strand of violet electricity appeared in his palm. The expressions of all the spectators changed violently when they saw this violet electricity. A natural treasure. It's actually a natural treasure. On the other hand, both Yang Yi and Shi Luo frowned, because Yang Yi finally knew Hood killed Yuan Tong, whereas Shi Luo finally knew Hood killed Nangongming and Li Qingshui as well. Yang Yi thought to himself. Shi Luo said that Nangongming and Li Qingshui perished at the hands of a mysterious expert. If I'm not wrong, then they would have probably been killed by Luo Shui, just like Yuan Tong was. Luo Shui gazed at Yang Yi as he spoke indifferently. This is a natural treasure of the lightning attribute, and it's ranked at the 6th position amongst lightning attribute natural treasures. It's called Violet Cloud Lightning. Yang Yi, you have a natural treasure as well. Let's see whose natural treasure is stronger, all right? Bang! The nether ghost flame flashed into Yang Yi's palm, and he held it in his grasp as he said, as you wish. It just so happens that I want to see if it's your electricity or my flame that's stronger. The battle was on the verge of erupting. Chapter 390 Love Without Regrets. At this critical moment, Shi Luo, who was standing below the arena, had suddenly leaped up onto it and stood in front of Yang Yi. Yang Yi frowned slightly and was just about to speak when Shi Luo spoke first. Leave him to me. Yang Yi was stunned, and then he said, Is it because of Nangongming? Shi Luo nodded. Yang Yi said, How is your strength in comparison to Nangongming and Li Qingshui? We're on par with each other, said Shi Luo. He's at the spirit realm right now, but what about you? The king realm. Then you still intend to give your life away? Yang Yi stared him in the eye while a trace of anger had appeared in Yang Yi's eyes. Even though he didn't have a close relationship with Shi Luo, there was a certain amount of friendship between them after getting along with each other during this period. While they didn't speak of it explicitly, he believed that Shi Luo had taken him to be a friend as well. I know. Shi Luo nodded. Then, Shi Luo grinned and interrupted Yang Yi. Do you know? Mingming always says that I'm carefree, fooling around instead of focusing on my cultivation, immature, not as calm and mature as Li Qingshui, not as hardworking as Li Qingshui, not. When he spoke up to hear, Shi Luo shook his head and grinned, yet his smile was slightly bitter. He said, But she didn't know that I truly did love her. The reason I worked hard on my cultivation was merely to catch up to her footsteps, and so that I would have the qualifications to be with her. She didn't know that the reason I didn't focus on my cultivation was actually because I wanted to spend time with her. She didn't know that the reason I acted in such a carefree manner was merely so that I could make her happy. But she still chose Li Qingshui in the end. Then do you still intend to die for her? Asked Yang Yi. Shi Luo nodded and said, I just want to prove that I, Shi Luo, can die for her, even if it's impossible for her to be aware of it. Yang Yi fell silent. He couldn't say Shi Luo was stupid, nor did he have the right to do so. Moreover, he couldn't find any reason to refuse Shi Luo's request, because love was really something that lasted through life and death. Don't worry, Shi Luo, aren't that weak? Meanwhile, Shi Luo suddenly smiled and said, Even though he's very strong, I still have some trump cards. When he spoke up to hear, he fell silent for a short while before he said, Help me do something if I die. Go on. Shi Luo took a deep breath and said, Help bury me where she died. In the past, she said that I was annoying. So be it. It'll annoy her for eternity. In any case, she can't refuse now. Ha 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 ha. As soon as he finished speaking, Shi Luo turned around to gaze at Luo Shui, and then the enormous axe appeared in his grasp with a flip of his palm. After that, the profound energy within him surged explosively as he swung it directly towards Luo Shui. Luo Shui shook his head and said, I really don't understand why you have to be so stupid. Is it really worth dying for a woman who didn't love you? After all, life is very precious, and it would be gone as soon as you die. Cut the crap. Shi Luo roared furiously as his figure flashed and instantly arrived in front of Luo Shui. The enormous axe in his hand emanated a sharp whistle as it chopped down forcefully. Too weak. Luo Shui moved his finger slightly, and then Shi Luo's enormous axe was instantly blasted away by a strange strand of force. On the other hand, Luo Shui pressed forward and smashed a punch at Shi Luo's chest, causing a mouthful of blood to spray from the latter's mouth while his body was blasted flying. And Nanjing shook her head slightly, and then she closed her eyes. The spectators remained silent. All of them had discerned that Shi Luo wasn't a match for Luo Shui at all. If they were in the same realm of cultivation, then perhaps Shi Luo would have a slight chance. However, Luo Shui was a spirit realm profounder now, and the difference between them was like the difference between the heavens and the earth. So, Shi Luo was just looking for death. After a short while, Shi Luo stood up slowly, and head just stood up straight when a mouthful of fresh blood sprayed once more from between his lips. Shi Luo wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth before a savage expression flashed through his eyes. He flipped his palm, and then 3 5-inch-long golden needles appeared in his hand. A wisp of a resolute expression flashed in Shi Luo's eyes as he gazed at them, and then he pushed one each into the center of his forehead and both his temples. Bang! A terrifying aura surged explosively from within Shi Luo. This aura wasn't inferior to the aura of a spirit realm expert, and it even surpassed it slightly. You improved your cultivation by force with a secret technique? Luo Shui shook his head and said, "Looks like you really do seek death because you actually utilized such a secret technique that would harm your foundation. Unfortunately, do you think that you can really avenge the woman you love with just this? How laughable. You really do spout a bunch of crap." Shi Luo shouted furiously as his figure flashed, and he instantly tore through the air and chopped the axe down towards Luo Shui's head. This strike was swift as a bolt of lightning, and the strength behind it was more than 10 times stronger than before. A wisp of disdain arose on the corners of Luo Shui's mouth while that strand of electricity suddenly erupted from his palm. In an instant, an area of over 10 m around him had been enveloped by the violet electricity. Yang Ye's heart constricted. After a short while, he took a deep breath and tightened his grip on Dragonbone, and his slaughter sword intent couldn't help but slowly seep out from within him. Imoka shook his head slightly. This fellow, Shi Luo, is very strong, but the gap between him and Luo Shui is too huge. Especially when Luo Shui clearly didn't hold back and immediately utilized that natural treasure upon attacking. How could this fellow, Shi Luo, resist him? After a short while passed, the electricity dispersed, and then a charred corpse appeared on the arena. You were slightly stronger when compared to the other two. Unfortunately, you're still too weak in my opinion. Luo Shui shook his head slowly, and then he waved his right hand and the electricity in the surroundings instantly dispersed. Yang Ye's aura calmed down instead when he saw that corpse. He walked slowly up the arena and gazed at the unrecognizable corpse, and then he took a deep breath as if he was suppressing something. He crouched down and said in a low voice, "Don't worry, he'll bury you with the woman you love." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi waved his right hand and sent Shi Luo's corpse off the arena. After that, he said, "Even though we only knew each other for a short while, we fought together in the end, and we can be considered to be friends. Since we can be considered to be friends, then I naturally have to avenge you. Just watch and see how I avenge you." As soon as he finished speaking, slaughter sword intent surged out from within Yang Yi, and then a fine strand of flame instantly covered Dragonbone. He pointed Dragonbone at Luo Shui while a strand of light flickered incessantly at the tip of his sword. Yang Yi didn't waste his breath. He swiftly stomped his right foot on the ground, and then the entire arena trembled violently. He relied on the enormous counterforce from the ground to tear explosively through the air and arrive in front of Luo Shui, and then he swiftly stabbed Dragonbone forward. Clang! The tip of an enormous black brush struck the tip of Yang Ye's sword. After a moment of silence, an enormous bang resounded as the two of them split apart. At this moment, Luo Shui had a black and enormous brush in his right hand, while the violet electricity resided on his left. And Nanjing frowned slightly when she saw that black and enormous brush, and it felt like she'd seen it somewhere. Yang Yi wasn't one who liked to waste his breath. Even though he was curious about that brush, he wasn't stupid enough to actually ask about it. A golden sword chest appeared with a flip of his palm, and then he issued a command in his heart, causing 200 swords to shoot into the air. These swords didn't form a sword formation, and they converged together to overlap and form an extraordinarily huge sword. With a flick of his finger, the nether ghost flame shot out explosively and appeared at the tip of the enormous sword. Bang! The entire enormous sword seemed as if it was on fire, and it became an enormous flaming sword. Go! Yang Yi shouted. The enormous sword left a trail of flame behind as it shot explosively towards Luo Shui. At the same time, Yang Yi had dragon bone in his grasp as he stomped the ground with his right foot, and he followed closely behind the flaming sword as he shot explosively at Luo Shui. Luo Shui had a slightly solemn expression in his eyes, and he slowly tightened his grip on the violet electricity in his left hand. In the next moment, he suddenly clenched down tightly. Bang! An explosion resounded as countless bolts of electricity instantly appeared around Luo Shui. After that, Luo Shui suddenly slapped his palm towards Yang Yi and the enormous sword. In an instant, it was like countless bolts of electricity had shot out explosively like sharp arrows. Moreover, they carried a shocking impetus with them. The spectators were flabbergasted by the scene on the hidden dragon arena. Exactly which natural treasure will reign supreme in this collision? Who will be the final victor of the battle between the Sword Emperor, Yang Yi, and this mysterious expert, Luo Shui? Chapter 391 Death Energy. Bang! An enormous and world-shaking bang resounded while the entire hidden dragon arena trembled violently. Countless strands of flames and electricity suddenly swept towards the surroundings. In next to no time, they had spread to the borders of the arena and collided forcefully against the barrier of light. Bang! Dense cracks instantly appeared on the barrier of light that enveloped the arena, and then the entire light barrier exploded into pieces under the astounded gazes of everyone in the surroundings. The flames and electricity continued sweeping towards the surroundings, and it caused the spectators to be astounded. Right at this moment, Qian Huan and Feng Xiu appeared here, and they lightly waved their right hands before the flames and electricity instantly vanished into nothingness. You regret it now, right? Qian Huan suddenly said, even though his natural talent isn't as monstrous as that little girl, it's at the top in the entire continent. Now, you've seen his actual combat strength as well. So, do you regret your decision now? Feng Xiu's eyelids twitched, and then he grunted coldly and said, so what? His strength and natural talent are really not bad, but they are much inferior when compared to Luo Shui and that little girl. I can give him a chance to join my Clear River sect if he's able to defeat Luo Shui. Qian Huan shook his head. The sect master of Clear River sect actually dispatched such a conceited and arrogant fellow here. Can't this old fellow see that this kid doesn't care about ninth-rank sects? Actually, Qian Huan felt slightly regretful in his heart as well, because he noticed that Yang Yi was truly a good seedling. Even though Yang Yi's strength might be inferior to Luo Shui and in Nanjing, Yang Yi's potential was huge. After all, Yang Yi was from a place like the Southern Territory where cultivation techniques and combat techniques were comparatively inferior. If he had the fostering and guidance provided by a large sect, then even if he couldn't become an extraordinary expert like the sword sect's founding ancestor, he would definitely be able to become a sword cultivator who left his name in history. However, Yang Yi's lifespan was too short, and even old geezers like them went mad in order to obtain such treasures that could increase their lifespans. Qian Huan sighed lightly before he shot his gaze towards the arena. The arena was in a mess. A strand of flame and a bolt of violet lightning were in confrontation in the sky above the arena. On the other hand, Yang Yi and Luo Shui weren't at the spots they stood before the collision, and they were on the ground at the edge of the arena. Even with their extremely formidable physical bodies and extremely terrifying strengths, it was impossible for them to completely disregard the terrifying might of the nether ghost flame and violet cloud lightning. After around 15 minutes had passed, both of them started moving at the same time, and then they slowly stood back up on their feet. Their physical bodies were extremely terrifying, So while the aftershock from the collision between the nether ghost flame and violet cloud lightning had struck them, it had merely struck them but hadn't caused any material harm to them. Swish! Right at this moment, the sound of wind being torn apart resounded, and then a trace of scarlet red suddenly appeared on Luo Shue's chest. The spectators in the surroundings were stunned when they witnessed this scene, but Yang Yi frowned instead. After he stood up just now, Head utilized the sword control technique to control the hidden sword and attack Luo Shui. His attack had succeeded, but it was actually unable to move an inch deeper after it pierced through the skin in front of Luo Shue's chest. As he gazed at that trace of scarlet red on his chest, a wisp of a savage expression instantly appeared on Luo Shue's calm face. He gestured with his right hand, and the violet cloud lightning instantly transformed into a bolt of lightning that shot into his head. In an instant, strands of electricity appeared all around him, and then he shouted as he smashed his right fist forward in Yang Yi's direction. It was like an enormous python of violet-colored lightning shot out violently from within Luo Shui, and it carried a terrifying aura as it shot violently towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi didn't dare act carelessly when he saw this. He issued a command in his heart, and then the nether ghost flame flashed over to appear in front of him. After that, the nether ghost flame exploded apart with another command from him, and it transformed into a wave of flame that swept towards the violet lightning. Bang! They collided, and then another enormous explosion erupted. Right at this moment, Yang Yi suddenly vanished on the spot, and he was already behind Luo Shui when he appeared again. A cold glow flashed as Dragonbone arrived at Luo Shue's neck. However, the tip of his sword hadn't even come into contact with Luo Shue's skin when a strand of electricity suddenly blasted onto Yang Yi, causing Yang Yi to be instantly blasted over 15 m away. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly while he gazed at Luo Shui, who seemed to be covered in a net of electricity. His ability to control the violet cloud lightning far surpasses my ability to control the nether ghost flame. Yang Yi, needless to say, I really underestimated you in the past. I originally thought that the violet cloud lightning would be enough to deal with you, but I was wrong. Don't worry, I won't underestimate you from now on. Luo Shui walked slowly towards Yang Yi. Strands of fine bolts of lightning flickered incessantly around him as he moved, and his imposing aura was shocking like that of a lightning god who had descended to the world. Luo Shui stopped when he arrived 30 m away from Yang Yi. After a moment of silence, Luo Shui's figure suddenly shot forward explosively. He was like a bolt of lightning that instantly arrived in front of Yang Yi. Yang Yi frowned and tightened his grasp on his sword. He was about to attack when a wisp of a savage expression flashed through Luo Shui's eyes, and then Luo Shui said, "Explode." As soon as he spoke, a net of electricity instantly surged forward from within Luo Shui and enveloped Yang Yi and him. Yang Yi held Dragonbone in his grasp, while he stood within the net of electricity, and his aura was condensed to the limit. He was just about to destroy the net with a swing of his sword when a strand of extremely black energy suddenly surged out from within Luo Shui. The black energy moved extremely swiftly, and it instantly entered Yang Yi's body. Yang Yi's pupils constricted while his body stiffened on the spot. At the same time, his hands, neck, and face instantly turned black. Moreover, everywhere the black energy passed within his body had instantly turned jet black as well. The net of electricity dispersed, and the spectators were stunned when they witnessed the scene within it. Yang Yi has died just like that? And Nanjing frowned slightly when she saw the state Yang Yi was in. She pondered briefly before she said, "Death energy. I never expected that this utterly inhumane thing would appear once more in the world." As soon as she finished speaking, a wisp of a solemn expression had appeared in her eyes for the very first time. Death energy? What was death energy? When a person had just perished, the vitality within the body would be converted into death energy. This death energy would remain in the body for some time before dispersing into the world. It was extremely terrifying because it could directly put an end to a person's vitality. Moreover, both profound energy and techniques were useless against it. Because strictly speaking, it wasn't a form of energy. It was extremely difficult to take control of death energy because the slightest mistake would cause the person to suffer backlash, and backlash represented death. Because up until now, There hadn't been a single thing on the continent that could resist death energy. And Nanjing shook her head slightly as she gazed at Yang Ye's pitch-black eyes. Once death energy entered the body, then even a Saint Realm expert couldn't rescue Yang Yi. What a pity. Another person that might give me a pleasant surprise is gone. Feng Xiu grunted coldly and said, once death energy has entered his body, it's impossible to save him even for us. This is good as well. In any case, he wouldn't be able to live for long. Since death would come sooner or later, this can be considered as a form of release. Qian Huan frowned when he heard this. This fellow is really too petty. But he did say something true. It's impossible to save Yang Yi even for me. Even they were extremely fearful of death energy because nothing could resist it. Even a natural treasure couldn't. But how did Luo Shui cultivate this death energy? After a moment of deep thought, Qian Huan's gaze descended onto the enormous brush in Luo Shui's grasp, and then realization instantly covered his face. If I'm not wrong, then it's probably the book and brush of judgment. Because only these two treasures are capable of drawing out death energy from a person who has just perished. But how did they fall into Luo Shui's hands? After all, they were the primary treasures utilized by the Nether God all those years ago. Luo Shui glanced indifferently at Yang Yi, and then he flipped his palm and the Book of Judgment appeared there. He flipped it open to the second page, and the words Yang Yi resided on the first row of the second page. Luo Shui didn't hesitate to move the brush of judgment down towards Yang Ye's name. Chapter 392 Treatment Expenses. Right at this moment, an unexpected event suddenly occurred. A strand of violet light suddenly flashed from the depths of Yang Ye's pitch-black eyes, and then Yang Ye's body suddenly returned to normal. At the same time, his figure vanished on the spot and arrived in front of Luo Shui, who was about to strike Yang Ye's name off the Book of Judgment. And then a ray of light flashed as his sword shot directly towards Luo Shui's throat. Luo Shui's expression changed violently, and his eyes carried a wisp of astonishment in them. He wasn't astonished because Yang Ye's sword had arrived in front of his throat. He was astonished because Yang Yi was completely fine. Yang Yi had been inflicted by his death energy in the past, but had only utilized a trace at that time, and it wasn't pure as well. But now, had utilized all his death energy, and he firmly believed that even a peak spirit realm expert would definitely die from it. Yet now, Yang Yi was completely fine. Yang Yi was naturally fine. The death energy was very terrifying indeed, but could it be as terrifying as the tiny vortex that he possessed? The tiny vortex had emanated light violet profound energy as soon as the death energy entered his body, and as soon as the death energy came into contact with the light violet profound energy, the death energy was like snow that instantly melted away in boiling oil. Yang Yi was extremely shocked as well, because when the black energy Luo Shui emanated encounter his light violet profound energy, it was simply like the black energy had encountered its bane and couldn't resist at all. However, all of this wasn't something that he should think about right now. The important matter at hand was to deal with this fellow who killed Shi Luo. Of course, even if it wasn't for Shi Luo, he would still kill Luo Shui because the enmity between them had been formed a very long time ago. Clang! Yang Yi succeeded in taking Luo Shui by surprise, and all the spectators in the surroundings watched as his sword stabbed Luo Shui's throat. However, it was like head stabbed hard iron, and the sound of metal colliding resounded. Yang Yi frowned. When he focused his gaze, he noticed that a layer of golden scaled had suddenly appeared on Luo Shui's neck. Right at this moment, Luo Shui stretched out his hand to hold Yang Ye's sword and said, "My physical body is even stronger than Imoku. Besides in Nanjing, who else beneath the Exalt realm is capable of piercing the defenses of my body?" "Is that so?" A wisp of a savage expression arose on the corners of Yang Ye's mouth, and then he utilized his sword domain. In the next moment, Luo Shui's pupils constricted, and his eyes were filled with shock and astonishment. He wanted to retreat, but it was already too late, and the spectators heard a hiss as the sword in Yang Ye's hand stabbed through Luo Shui's throat. Yang Yi pulled his sword out, and a stream of fresh blood sprayed out. Chosen one. Meanwhile, a few hundred masked figures suddenly cried out miserably from below the arena, and then they charged towards the hidden dragon arena. However, they hadn't even arrived at the arena when they were blasted flying by a strand of strong wind. Luo Shui hadn't perished yet. He stared fixedly at Yang Yi while intending to say something, but blood was ceaselessly flowing from his throat, so he wasn't able to say anything. When he noticed that Luo Shui wasn't dead yet, Yang Yi was about to put an end to Luo Shui's life when the violet cloud lightning suddenly shot towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi laughed coldly when he saw this, and his figure flashed to instantly arrive in front of it before he stretched out his hand and grabbed it in his palm. In an instant, strong electricity surged from it and made Yang Yi's entire body tremble violently, and his hair stood on end. A trace of madness flashed through Yang Yi's eyes, and then he opened his mouth and directly placed it into his mouth and swallowed it. Yang Yi was naturally not going to subdue it right now. He wasn't formidable to such an extent. He's merely kept it in the tiny vortex. Of course, he was only giving it a try. Even though doing this was extremely dangerous, he didn't want to miss the opportunity to obtain it. Most importantly, he was confident in the tiny vortex's ability. Sure enough, the violet cloud lightning that was violet just moments ago had instantly become pacified upon entering the tiny vortex, and it moved about anxiously through the tiny vortex. Yang Yi was delighted and heaved a sigh of relief upon witnessing this scene. The spectators were flabbergasted instead. Yang Yi swallowed that terrifying natural treasure just like that? He just swallowed it? That's a natural treasure. Even Qian Huan and Feng Xiu frowned at this moment, and they had shocked and puzzled expressions in their eyes. How did Yang Yi accomplish that? Yang Yi disregarded the shocked gazes of the spectators, and he gazed at Luo Shui who hadn't died and said, "You can die now." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi was about to attack. But right at this moment, a white-haired old woman appeared in front of Luo Shui. Yang Yi pupils constricted because had actually not noticed how she appeared here. This old woman's strength is absolutely on par with Qian Huan and Feng Xiu. A trace of heartache flashed through her eyes as she gazed at Luo Shui who was still bleeding from his throat. She flicked her finger, and a strand of green light entered Luo Shui's body. In an instant, the injuries on Luo Shui's throat had slowly healed. The old woman walked over to Luo Shui, and then she stretched out her hand to rub his head before she said, "I told you that you should never be careless when facing an enemy, but you always refused to listen. You felt that you were invincible amongst your peers. Now, you've suffered a loss." As soon as she finished speaking, she exerted a little strength from her palm, and then Luo Shui's eyes instantly closed. The old woman turned around to look at Yang Yi. She sized him up and said, "Not bad, as expected of the Sword Emperor. You already possess such attainments in the Sword Tao at such a young age. You are just like the Sword Sect's founding ancestor from all those years ago. So the senior has come to avenge the junior?" Yang Yi laughed coldly and remained silent. However, the ridicule on the corners of his mouth wasn't concealed at all. Meanwhile, Qian Huan had appeared on the arena as well. He glanced at Yang Yi with a complicated expression while he sighed lightly in his heart. After that, he gazed at the old woman and said, "You're Senior Luo Rong of the half-demon race, right?" The old woman nodded lightly, and then a wisp of a smile appeared on her wrinkled face as she said, "I never expected that someone amongst the humans would actually recognize me after living a few hundred years in seclusion. Besides that, you've stepped foot into the monarch realm as well, so there's no need to consider yourself a junior." A wisp of a bitter expression appeared in Qian Huan's eyes upon hearing these words. It was originally a mere guess of his, and he hadn't expected that she would actually be that supreme expert who shocked the Central Territory 1,000 years ago. Even though they were both monarch realm experts, Qian Huan was clearly aware that he was far from being a match for her. It should be said that there was absolutely no more than a handful in the entire continent who could firmly suppress her. After all, this old woman had killed 3 monarch realm experts in the past. She was a true old monster. If it was possible, he was truly unwilling to become enemies with her. Unfortunately, she had publicly broken the rules. So, if he didn't say anything about it, then it would be him and his sect who lost face. He couldn't afford to lose face from this. Qian Huan shook his head and said, "Senior Luo, you ought to be aware of the Hidden Dragon Rankings rules. Doing this is a violation of those rules. The old woman nodded and said, but he's my grandson. I can't just watch as he dies. As soon as she finished speaking, she gazed at Yang Yi and said, how about you let him off this time? So long as you don't kill him, then saving him wouldn't be a violation of the rules. In that way, everyone would be happy. All right? When he heard this, Qian Huan looked at Yang Yi as well. She wasn't wrong. If Yang Yi agreed to spare Luo Shui, then she wouldn't be breaking the rules by saving him. Even though she had broken the rules in advance, but nothing could be done about that. After all, her strength was clear for all to see while Yang Yi didn't have the support of any expert. Yang Yi was looking downward while ghastly killing intent surged incessantly within their depths. Even though she spoke as if she was discussing it with him, how could Yang Yi be unable to discern the threatening tone behind all of that? Everyone will be happy? All of you will be happy, but what about me? What about Shi Luo? What about our happiness? Yang Yi forcefully suppressed the surging killing intent in his heart, and then he raised his head to look at the old woman before he smiled. Senior is absolutely right. But Junior fought your grandson for so long, and am covered in no less than 100 injuries. Senior should at least pay for my treatment, right? In that way, everyone would truly be happy. What do you think, Senior? After he finished speaking these words, Yang Yi felt an extremely strong feeling of helplessness in his heart. If it was possible, he'd like to kill both of them with a single swing of his sword. Unfortunately, he didn't have the strength to accomplish that. A sword cultivator would rather break than bend, but it depended on the occasion. If he were to rather break than bend now, then he would truly die, because it was extremely easy for the old woman to kill him. As for the rules of the hidden dragon rankings, Yang Yi was utterly filled with disdain towards it. After all, the old woman had clearly broken the rules already, but Qian Huan didn't even dare to be forceful against her. A wisp of praise flashed through Qian Huan's eyes when he heard Yang Yi, and he said to himself, at least he's able to see the larger issues at hand. At the same time, he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. After all, he would be in trouble if Yang Yi refused to compromise. The old woman's hands that were concealed beneath her long sleeves were slowly relaxed upon hearing this, and then she said, treatment expenses? Of course, of course. Chapter 393 Battle Against the Martial God. The old woman flicked with her finger, and then a spatial ring appeared in front of Yang Yi. She said, there are 100,000 energy stones there. Right, I noticed that your physical body isn't bad, so I presume you attach huge importance to the cultivation of your physical body. All right, since you were such a sensible child, they'll give you a drop of blood from a true dragon. As soon as she finished speaking, a wild jade bottle appeared in front of Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Qianhuan suddenly smiled and said, Yang Yi, you're really fortunate. This blood of a true dragon is one of the best treasures to temper the body. Just a single drop would be sufficient for your physical body to rise by another level. Moreover, if you have great fortune, then you might even be able to comprehend dragon might from it. At that time, your strength would be stronger than a peak spirit-ranked demon beast. Yang Yi naturally wouldn't try to be polite and refuse it. He took both the spatial ring and the jade bottle. In the end, paying 100,000 energy stones, and that so-called drop of blood from a true dragon in exchange for Luo Shui was still a better deal for the old woman. A wisp of a strange glow flashed through her eyes when she saw Yang Yi take it, and then she nodded slightly. After that, she glanced at Nanjing before she glanced at Yang Yi, and then she said, the Sword Emperor against the Martial God, a fated battle. Haha, am full of anticipation as well. Good luck. As soon as she finished, both she and Luo Shui vanished at the same time. Qian Huan glanced at Nanjing, and then he gazed at Yang Yi and hesitated for a moment before he said, if you choose to stop now, then you'll obtain the second position on the Hidden Dragon rankings. If you choose to continue, then it's very likely that you'll die. Of course, even if you want to admit defeat, you have to obtain Nanjing's agreement. I don't agree. At this moment, Nanjing had appeared on the arena, and she gazed at Yang Yi and said, I originally didn't intend to fight you. After all, we fought before this. However, it would seem like you concealed your strength when we met at the 5th level. Looks like I must make you sense the actual arrival of death before you'll fully stop holding back. Yang Yi shrugged while he looked at Qian Huan and said, "It's impossible for me to admit defeat even if I wanted to. Since it's like that, then I can only fight." Actually, he wanted to fight in Nanjing as well. The previous battle with her had allowed him to gain a rather huge amount of benefits. Of course, most importantly, he wanted to see where his limits were. Up until now, he still hadn't been forced to his limits. The martial god, especially one whose natural talent had surpassed the experts throughout the ages. Could he defeat such an existence? He didn't know the answer. All he knew was that he wanted to fight to his heart's content without holding back at all. Qian Huan nodded slightly, and then he vanished from the arena. And Nanjing and Yang Yi stood in confrontation from afar on the arena, but they didn't attack. The countless spectators below the arena were staring fixedly at them. The Sword Emperor and the Martial God. One destroyed all techniques with a single strike of the sword, while the other was invincible throughout the world. Now that they'd encountered each other, it was bound to be an intense life and death battle. Who exactly would become the #1 expert amongst the younger generation of Profounder Continent? Even though they hadn't clashed yet, the blood of the countless spectators below the arena had started to seethe. On the arena, the profound energy within Yang Yi's body had started to flow slowly while strands of green wind started to appear and circle below his feet. Moreover, a blood-red glow that was sharp and dazzling flickered on Dragonbone. And Nanjing's expression was calm as she stood on the spot. Her long ponytail swayed lightly with the wind while her clear eyes were calm and tranquil. Suddenly, Yang Yi tapped his right foot lightly on the ground, and then his figure hissed through the air as he shot forward explosively. Everywhere his figure passed, numerous seemingly material afterimages were left behind. Before the spectators had even reacted to what had happened, Yang Yi's figure had already appeared in front of Nanjing, and then Dragonbone emanated a ghastly and cold glow as it instantly arrived before Nanjing's throat. Nanjing still didn't move, and Yang Yi's Dragonbone stabbed through Nanjing's throat. However, Yang Yi's expression had changed instead, and he twisted his wrist to stab Dragonbone backward. Bang! A fist that was pure white like jade arrived behind Yang Yi and collided with his sword, and then a low and muffled bang resounded. Yang Yi's entire arm felt extremely numb from the collision. He was just about to turn around when the feeling of danger suddenly arose within him, and then Nanjing's figure that remained in front of Yang Yi had suddenly smashed her fist towards him. Yang Yi's pupils constricted. Two of her? He didn't have the time to think about it. He clenched his left fist, and then swiftly smashed it forward to greet Nanjing's fist. Bang! Yang Yi took a few steps back. The spectators below the arena watched this scene with astonishment, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. Even Imoke's brows were knit tightly together, and his eyes were filled with shock and bewilderment, because two Nanjings had appeared on the arena. At this moment, Yang Yi was extremely shocked while he gazed at the two of her. Of course, he wasn't shocked because there were two of her, because he who possessed the enlightened sword heart was clearly aware of what exactly was going on right now. Actually, there was only a single Nanjing, and the other Nanjing was merely a mirage that was formed because her speed was too swift. Exactly how swift is her speed? Right at this moment, Nanjing's figure flashed and suddenly arrived in front of Yang Yi, and then her figure trembled slightly. In an instant, 5 of her appeared in the surroundings and surrounded Yang Yi. Moreover, they launched a punch at him simultaneously, and all of them struck at Yang Yi's head. The spectators were astounded, yet Yang Yi's expression was calm. When the fists were only a few inches away from him, Yang Yi suddenly stabbed his sword upward towards the west, and then he stabbed towards the northeast and south. The speed of his stabs was extremely swift, and it was to the point that countless spectators below the arena had been utterly unable to see these attacks clearly. They were only able to see a few shadows of his sword. Bang, bang, bang. Countless low and heavy bangs resounded incessantly. After a short while, the 5 Nanjing suddenly trembled before 4 of them dispersed into the air. You really do possess the enlightened sword heart. Nanjing gradually clenched her right fist and said, "You are actually able to see through my mirage shadow step." This is good. Otherwise, the battle would truly be too boring if you couldn't see through it. I hope you can continue giving me pleasant surprises. As soon as she finished speaking, Nanjing suddenly smashed her fist forward. In an instant, an energy fist tore through the air and arrived in front of Yang Ye's head. Yang Yi stabbed his sword at a certain point on the fist, and then a soft bang resounded as it exploded into pieces. However, it had just exploded when the energy fist had shockingly converged in an instant and blasted onto Yang Ye's chest. Bang! Yang Yi frowned as he took over 10 steps back, and then he looked down and saw that his chest had caved in severely. The 9th level of fist intent. While the shape is lost, intent remains. She was actually able to attain the 9th level of fist intent at just a little over 20 years ago. She really makes others feel embarrassed about their inferiority. I'm afraid that even the heavens would envy how monstrous her genius is. Qianhuan spoke with a solemn expression from an unknown spot in the surroundings. At this moment, Yang Ye's expression was extremely solemn. Her strength is much stronger than I expected. If my physical body hadn't been tempered by the nether ghost flame and the blood of the 4 divine beasts, just this punch would have been able to instantly annihilate me. Your physical body is pretty good. And Nanjing took a step forward before she suddenly tapped the tip of her foot on the ground, and then she shot forward explosively like a cheetah that was hunting its prey. A seemingly material afterimage of a Nanjing was left behind on the spot while her body had arrived in front of Yang Yi, and then she didn't utilize any combat technique and merely smashed her fist forward just like that. Even though Yang Yi was shocked by a Nanjing's speed, had gotten a little bit accustomed to it. He didn't dare act carelessly, and Dragonbone flashed like a ray of light as he moved it to block her fist. Bang! And Nanjing's fist smashed against Dragonbone, and then Dragonbone instantly curved into the shape of a bow. Yang Ye's expression changed slightly when he saw this. However, right at this moment, and Nanjing's right leg moved backward a little, and then she suddenly launched her knee towards Yang Ye's stomach. Yang Ye's reaction wasn't slow. He unfolded his fist and swiftly slapped his palm downward. Bang! His palm felt numb from the collision while Yang Yi himself felt shocked in his heart. Meanwhile, Nanjing's figure flashed and instantly arrived behind him, and then her right leg tore through the sky and caused explosions to resound as it whipped towards Yang Ye's head. Yang Ye's expression changed slightly. He swiftly stomped his right foot on the ground and executed rapid shift to vanish on the spot, and then Nanjing's fist appeared there just a moment after. As they watched this scene play out on the arena, the countless spectators below the arena had excited expressions on their faces while their blood boiled. As expected of the enlightened sword heart, and Nanjing gazed at Yang Yi while she nodded lightly. She said, "You're actually able to see through my attacks every single time. Not bad. Only a battle like this is slightly interesting. Be careful because I'm going to start fighting seriously from now on." Chapter 394. You've lost. Yang Yi nodded and said, "Indeed. It's time for both of us to fight seriously." Oh! A wisp of excitement flashed through Nanjing's eyes as she said, "You have other trump cards? Very good. I really look forward to it." The corners of Yang Ye's mouth twitched. This woman is really a madwoman when it comes to battle. He was still slightly shocked when he recalled the prior battle they had. If he didn't possess the enlightened sword heart, then he wouldn't have been able to hold on for a few breaths of time. Her speed, strength, and all sorts of shocking methods of battle were truly too terrifying. He felt that she deserved the title of martial god. Yang Yi took a deep breath, and then he flicked with his finger. The nether ghost flame flashed onto Dragonbone, and then his profound energy surged violently into Dragonbone, causing the flames on Dragonbone to gradually turn maroon. Moreover, countless rays of light and sparks shot incessantly towards the surroundings. A wisp of a resolute expression flashed through Yang Ye's eyes, and he stopped concealing his strength. With a command in his heart, the 9th hell-cold gale flashed and formed a pair of wings on his back. In an instant, the entire hidden dragon arena was covered in bone-piercing cold wind. The 9th hell-cold gale. The countless spectators in the surroundings were astounded upon witnessing this scene. Another natural treasure? He actually possesses two natural treasures? Both Qian Huan and Feng Xiu were stunned as well. Obviously, they hadn't expected that Yang Yi actually possessed two natural treasures. Two natural treasures. Could it be that this fellow, Yang Yi, has received karmic luck in the past? Qian Huan shook his head with a slight helpless expression on his face. This fellow, Yang Yi, is truly too richly endowed by nature. On the other hand, a wisp of greedy flashed through Feng Xiu's eyes. The ninth hell-cold gale? And Nanjing muttered lightly and said, "You really have surprised me slightly as you were actually able to possess two natural treasures. Come, let me see how strong they are." As you wish. Yang Yi slowly raised the sword in his right hand, and he pointed it right at Nanjing before he moved his left hand to hold his sword as well. After a moment of silence, his hands suddenly transformed into two dragon claws. At the same time, his eyes had turned blood red. The wings on his back suddenly flapped, and then Yang Yi vanished on the spot. A ray of light flashed before Yang Yi appeared in front of Nanjing, and then the spectators heard Nanjing's voice. "Ward." After that, the spectators below the arena were flabbergasted. Nanjing pushed her right palm forward, and the tip of Yang Yi's sword that was covered in maroon flames had struck the center of Nanjing's palm. A wisp of a ruthless expression flashed through Yang Yi's eyes, and then the wings behind him flapped once more as he shouted, "Break!" As soon as he spoke, he suddenly twisted his sword, and it stabbed straight forward. Nanjing's expression changed slightly, and then she suddenly clenched down and held forcefully onto Yang Yi's sword. However, right at this moment, Yang Yi twisted his palm, and his sword twisted along with it. Nanjing's expression changed once more. She released her grip on Yang Yi's sword, stomped lightly with her right foot, and moved over 30 m back. Nanjing opened her palm, and a blood-red gash that was a few centimeters long had appeared there. Moreover, fresh blood was flowing incessantly from within it. As she gazed at the blood-red gash at the center of her palm, Nanjing was stunned before she gazed at Yang Yi and said, "I never expected that the ward mantra would actually be broken by you, and I never imagined that you would actually be able to injure me. Yang Yi, right? You've really given me a huge pleasant surprise. Life won't be lonely anymore with you here." "Not lonely anymore?" Yang Yi chuckled lightly and said, "What? Could it be that you've taken a liking to me?" "Taken a liking to you?" And Nanjing was stunned, and then she nodded slightly and said, "You're right, I really have. Your strength isn't bad, so the path cultivation will be even more interesting with you to accompany me." The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched. Could it be that she didn't realize that I was teasing her? Right, she's obsessed with the martial Tao, and coupled with her extremely formidable strength, there probably isn't anyone who dares to tease her. So, it's normal that she's unable to discern had I was teasing her. What am I thinking of? It's a battle right now. It isn't the time for all of this. Yang Yi shook his head lightly, and then he retracted the ninth hell sword wings that was on his back. The profound energy within his body had been completely exhausted after he utilized it twice in succession. At this moment, he only had his physical strength and defense left. And Nanjing seemed to be aware of Yang Yi's current condition, and she said, "Even though you've injured me, you don't have the strength to continue fighting anymore. So how about we stop the battle between us right now? After all, I still hope that you'll be able to continue giving me pleasant surprises in the future." "Then how about you give the first position to me?" said Yang Yi. If she was willing to give him the first, then ending the battle now was for the best. After all, his objective was to obtain karmic luck to save Xiao Yushi and repay the Yin clan. He hadn't participated in all of this for that so-called reputation the competition would provide. Could reputation put food on one's table? The answer was no. And Nanjing shook her head and said, "Even though I look down upon such a ranking, my clan needs it. So, I can't give it to you. If you really want it, then use your own strength to fight for it. But it looks to me like you don't have the ability anymore." Yang Yi suddenly said, "How about we make a bet?" "What bet?" And Nanjing was slightly stunned. If it was any other person, her fist would have greeted that person by now. However, she felt like she couldn't see through Yang Yi, and coupled with Yang Yi's ability to injure her, she didn't mind wasting a little time on him. You agree to do 3 things for me if I win, and he'll do the same if you win. What do you think? Asked Yang Yi. Are you that confident? And Nanjing's brows raised, and she placed her right hand behind her back as she spoke indifferently. I want to give it a try, said Yang Yi. This suggestion wasn't a spur of the moment. If he really won, it would be equivalent to obtaining the help of an extraordinary expert. As for losing, it was fine as well. With her pride, she would definitely not make him do anything too difficult for him. And Nanjing nodded slightly and said, Looks like you still have some sort of trump card. All right, let's do it like this. If you're able to injure me again, then you can take the first position on the Hidden Dragon rankings. Moreover, he'll agree to do 3 things for you. However, if you're unable to injure me, then I'll kill you myself. I hate others wasting my time, even if it's you. Understand? Yang Yi nodded, and then he walked slowly towards Nanjing. She didn't move and just gazed indifferently at him, and there was a trace of curiosity in her eyes. She wanted to know exactly how this man who had no profound energy left would injure her. In next to no time, Yang Yi arrived in front of Nanjing. When he looked at her from such a close distance for the first time, he had no choice but to admit that she was extremely charming. She had oval eyes, sharp and slanted brows, and a reserved expression. Moreover, her eyes were always calm like water, and it seemed like nothing could move her. She seemed like such a weak woman, but who would imagine that this woman's seemingly weak and delicate figure would be hiding such terrifying strength? Yang Yi shook his head and said, Stretched out your hand. And Nanjing's beautiful brows knit together slightly, but she still stretched out her right hand. However, she wouldn't let Yang Yi strike her just like that. There was a strand of indescribable energy on her palm, and this energy came from the ward mantra from her triad mantra technique. So, unless Yang Yi was capable of bringing forth such strength as he had just now, otherwise, his physical strength alone was utterly incapable of breaking through the defenses of the ward mantra. Yang Yi took a deep breath and stopped hesitating. He placed Dragonbone on Nanjing's palm. In the next moment, a strand of invisible energy appeared in an area of 1.5 m around them. And Nanjing's eyes instantly opened wide when this energy appeared, and there was shock in her eyes for the very first time. The countless spectators below the arena were puzzled and bewildered by this scene. What has happened between them? What exactly has happened? Why has such a shocked expression appeared on the face of the martial god who has always been calm and indifferent until now? What exactly did Yang Yi do? All of them were puzzled and bewildered. On the arena, Dragonbone started to tremble violently as if something was about to charge out from within it. Yang Yi tightened his grip on it, and it instantly calmed down before he flicked it lightly. The indescribable energy on Nanjing's palm instantly vanished into nothingness, and then a blood-red mark that was thin like a thread had appeared on her palm. Yang Yi put his sword away, and then he gazed at Nanjing, who still had deep shock in her eyes as he said, Nanjing, you've lost. A mighty uproar broke out below the arena. Chapter 395, Agreeing to Fight Again. In the end, Yang Yi had played a small trick. He wasn't confident in his ability to defeat Nanjing, even if he utilized his strongest trump card, the sword domain. Of course, if he did utilize it, then he was confident in his ability to remain undefeated. Simply speaking, if they wanted to decide on a victor between them, then they really had to fight to the death. Besides the agreement he had with the founding emperor, Yang Yi had participated in the Hidden Dragon rankings because of Xiao Yushi. As for the reputation of first on the Hidden Dragon rankings, he didn't care about it at all because it wasn't able to provide any benefits to him. In Yang Yi's opinion, material benefits were the most real. The reason he had such thoughts was probably because he had been too poor throughout his youth. And Nanjing stared fixedly at Yang Yi on the Hidden Dragon arena, while the shock in her eyes gradually transformed into excitement. Her pervasive gaze caused Yang Yi's scalp to go numb. It was because Nanjing's gaze was really invasive, and it was like a pervert hood laid eyes on a great beauty. Yang Yi's entire body felt cold when he thought of that. I never expected that someone in the younger generation of profounder continent would actually comprehend domain before me. And Nanjing gazed at Yang Yi as she said, Looks like I've been underestimating you since the beginning. You've won the bet. However, I still want to fight you. 10,000 years ago, the sword sect's founding ancestor relied on the sword domain to reign supreme over the world. Now, another person who comprehended sword domain has appeared. The heavens are truly kind to me. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment before he said, "You can concentrate on your cultivation, but I can't. I have too many things to do. So, can we delay the battle between us?" At this moment, he only wanted to revive Xiao Yushi, improve his strength, and then return to the southern territory. This time, he couldn't allow his mother to continue staying in the Flower Palace no matter what and no matter what price he had to pay. Because he didn't have much time left to live, a wisp of hesitation flashed through Nanjing's eyes. She really wanted to fight Yang Yi to her heart's content right now. However, Yang Yi clearly had no intention to fight right now, so wouldn't victory under such conditions be meaningless? She pondered deeply for a moment before she said, "All right." A wisp of a smile appeared on Yang Yi's face when he heard this. He wasn't afraid of a Nanjing, but he truly didn't want to fight in Nanjing in a life and death battle right now. Of course, if she didn't agree, then he could only fight with his life on the line. "Actually, even I am not confident in defeating you right now." Meanwhile, a Nanjing suddenly said, "You've comprehended sword domain, and coupled with the enlightened sword heart that you possess, you'd be invincible within your sword domain. Even though it's like that, I still want to fight you right now because I really want to see exactly how formidable the sword domain is. We'll always have a chance in the future, right?" said Yang Yi with a smile on his face. And Nanjing nodded slightly and said, "You're right, there's a long time ahead of us." As soon as she finished speaking, and Nanjing turned around and walked off the arena to display her attitude towards the outcome. And Nanjing admitted defeat just like that? What does this mean? All the spectators were puzzled. The newly repaired barrier of light on the arena could isolate sound, and coupled with the fact that Yang Yi had intentionally restricted the sword domain when he utilized it. So the spectators outside the arena were utterly unaware of exactly what had happened between Yang Yi and Nanjing. As for Yang Yi and Nanjing themselves, they would naturally not provide any explanation. Of course, there were two others who were aware of everything, and it was Qian Huan and Feng Xiu. Both of them were utterly stunned when Yang Yi utilized the sword domain. My God, why did I just see? The sword domain? A youth around the age of 20 has actually comprehended the sword domain. The sword domain. Even sword cultivators who have lived for over 1,000 years haven't been able to comprehend the sword domain. Moreover, the sword sect's founding ancestor seemed to have been over 30 when he comprehended the sword domain, right? The fellow, Yang Yi's natural talent is actually more terrifying than the sword sect's founding ancestor. A strand of regret suddenly arose from the bottom of their hearts. Sword intent, the enlightened sword heart, and even the sword domain. Moreover, he was only around 20 years ago. They'd actually refused such a genius because he didn't possess a sufficient lifespan. Even if their sects had to spend all its resources, there would be no hesitation for the sake of such a genius. Because once such a genius was able to mature, then such a genius wouldn't just be able to protect a sect for countless years. Such a genius could even lead a sect to glory. Unfortunately, they'd actually shut the door to their sects in his face. Especially Feng Xiu. His face was really burning right now. Because Head said that 1,000 geniuses like Yang Yi couldn't compare to a fraction of a Nanjing. Yet now, a Nanjing had admitted defeat. This was simply like a slap to the face. Qian Huan sighed lightly before he appeared on the arena. He glanced at Yang Yi with a complicated expression before he gazed at the others below the arena and said, "Does anyone else intend to issue a challenge?" No one answered Qian Huan. Challenge him? What a joke. Did you not see how Mu Jun died and Nanjing admitted defeat? Isn't challenging him equivalent to courting death? When he saw them remain silent, Qian Huan nodded slightly and said, "Since it's like that, then the first on the hidden dragon rankings is Yang Yi." The profounders from the southern territory instantly erupted with deafening cheers upon hearing this. How long has it been? A profounder that obtained the first on the hidden dragon rankings has finally appeared in the southern territory again. They weren't just happy because they'd gone through life and death with Yang Yi. It was also because they could finally hold their heads up high. After 10,000 years, a profounder from the Southern Territory had seized the first on the hidden dragon rankings again. This was an honor to all the profounders from the Southern Territory. Qian Huan waved his hand, and then the scene before the eyes of everyone changed. Their consciousness blurred for a moment, and then they were outside the hidden dragon pagoda. On the other hand, the hidden dragon pagoda was already underground once more. Yang Yi opened his eyes and sized up his surroundings. He noticed that all the profounders who entered the hidden dragon pagoda were standing in the surroundings, but they were much fewer when compared to the amount that had entered the pagoda. Besides that, there were over 10 profounders with unfathomably deep auras standing ahead of them. There were both men and women amongst them, and it was impossible to discern their age from just their outward appearance. However, Yang Yi was slightly surprised because he saw Bairu amongst them. She seemed to have noticed Yang Yi's gaze and looked at him before nodding lightly to him. Moreover, her eyes and face carried a smile that moved the heart. The gazes of these people swept past Yang Yi and the others before finally descending onto a Nanjing. Bairu's gaze had descended onto a Nanjing as well, but unlike the excited gazes revealed by the others, her gaze was only solemn and cold. The martial god? You're the first on the hidden dragon rankings, right? Meanwhile, an old man suddenly said, "Not bad, not bad. You were able to comprehend so many intents at such a young age, and you've even improved them to the 8th level or above. Little girl, you're really not bad, right? I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Li Fengyu, a monarch realm expert. I still don't have a disciple until now, so how about you be mine?" Be your disciple? Meanwhile, an old man by Li Fengyi's side suddenly laughed coldly. Li Fengyu, do you even have the qualifications to be her master? With her natural talent and natural endowment, it will take 200 years at most for her to surpass you. At that time, how would your tiny 7th rank sect foster her? Could it be you want her to be busy trying to collect cultivation resources all day just like you? Brother Wang Yu is right. Another old man suddenly said, only a 9th rank sect can provide for her natural talent and natural endowment. 8 rank sects and below are utterly unable to accommodate her. Brotherly, I know you want to look for an extraordinarily monstrous genius to revive your sect, but do you think your sect can provide for her? You're just like me, so it's best to be more realistic. Li Fengyu laughed bitterly, but he still didn't intend to give up and was just about to speak. However, Nanjing suddenly said, "Seniors, you don't have to waste your energy. I have a sect and a master. Besides that, I'm not the first." As soon as she finished speaking, Nanjing turned around to gaze at Yang Yi and said, "I owe you 3 requests. Come to the clan to look for me if you need something." Nanjing didn't stay here any longer after she finished speaking, and she turned around and left. The others around her were stunned. The martial god isn't the first? All of them shot their gazes towards Qian Huan, who had a slightly bitter expression. The latter smiled bitterly before he shot his gaze at Yang Yi. All of them followed Qian Huan's gaze and looked at Yang Yi as well. Besides Bairu, who had a gaze filled with excitement, the others had gazes that were filled with astonishment. Chapter 396, Madam. Li Fengyu asked with an astounded tone, "Qian Huan, are you certain?" Qian Huan said, "He really is the first because Nanjing admitted defeat. As for the reason, even I'm unaware of it. In any case, he's the first on the hidden dragon rankings. Oh, something worthy of mentioning is that he's the current Sword Emperor because he has obtained the ancient Sheath's acknowledgement." Qian Huan would naturally not tell them that Yang Yi had comprehended the sword domain. He didn't want Yang Yi to be taken in by these sects, because since he couldn't obtain a monstrous genius like Yang Yi, then it was best for such a genius to die. The Sword Emperor? Their eyes blazed once more with desire when they heard Qian Huan. But in next to no time, the blazing desire had died down. Obviously, they'd noticed that Yang Yi's lifespan was insufficient. In next to no time, all of them started hesitating and feeling conflicted. Since this fellow before them could become the Sword Emperor and make Nanjing admit defeat, then there was definitely no doubt about his strength. But he only had a few years of lifespan left. So, if they were to recruit him, then their sects would probably have to look for treasures that improved lifespan for a very long time. Even a ninth-rank sect couldn't bear such a price. That was the true reason why Qian Huan and Feng Xiu refused to recruit Yang Yi in the beginning. However, even though they couldn't save Yang Yi was still the first on the hidden dragon rankings, so he would obtain an immeasurable amount of karmic luck later. This karmic luck was something they refused to give up on. So, it wasn't long before a wisp of a smile had appeared on an old man's face, and he spoke to Yang Yi in a warm voice. The Sword Emperor? Good, good. You were able to become the Sword Emperor at such a young age. Young brother, your future is limitless. However, you should be clearly aware that good natural talent is useless without the assistance of cultivation resources. I'll get straight to the point. I'm an elder of the 8th rank sect, Crimson Divinity Sect, from the Central Territory. I represent the Crimson Divinity Sect to sincerely invite young brother to join us. You'll be immediately promoted to an elite disciple upon joining the sect. I wonder what young brother thinks of this? Yang Yi laughed coldly in his heart. Does he think I'm an idiot? He wants my karmic luck yet refuses to provide any material benefits. An elite disciple? That's just a title. Why would Yang Yi care about something like that? Meanwhile, a wave of conflict and hesitation flashed through Li Fengji's eyes, and then his wrist moved slightly. A crystalline and translucent little herb appeared in his hand before he said, Kid, I'll get straight to the point and not play any tricks. You ought to be aware of the problem with your lifespan. If you join my sect, then I'll give you this longevity herb in my hand. You can live for 5 more years with it. You'll definitely be able to find even more treasures that can extend your lifespan during those 5 years. Longevity herb. Wang Yu, who stood at the side, cried out involuntarily upon seeing the herb in Li Fengji's hand. Li Fengyu, have you gone mad? Do you know that you only have less than 10 years of lifespan left? You'll definitely perish if you can't achieve a breakthrough within 10 years, and you'll have a better chance at breaking through with this longevity herb in your possession. Have you thought about the consequences if you're unable to break through within the next 10 years after giving this longevity herb to him? Is it worth it? An old man by Li Fengji's side spoke in a low voice as well. Yang Yi glanced at the old man, Li Fengyu, with slight surprise. This old man is much more sincere than the previous fellow. Unfortunately, Yang Yi had no intention of joining any sect now. Li Fengyu shook his head with a bitter expression on his face. He said, Both of you are clearly aware of the current state my Tranquil Path sect is in. Even though it's still a 7th rank sect right now, it had no capable talents left, and it urgently requires a boost from new blood and karmic luck. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. If my sect falls into decline, then wouldn't I, Li Fengyu, be a disappointment to my sect's ancestors? Meanwhile, Feng Xiuhud remained silent until now had suddenly grunted coldly, and then he said, Li Fengyu, your sect should have fallen into a decline a long time ago. If it wasn't for you and your senior brother, then not to mention a 7th rank sect, your sect would probably be unable to even gain a foothold in the Central Territory. Of course, that doesn't have anything to do with me. What I want to tell all of you is that my Clear River sect is taking this kid, Yang Yi. Yang Yi was stunned when he heard this. Taking me? Did I agree to join that damnable Clear River sect? Feng Xiu didn't even spare Yang Yi a glance. He merely glanced indifferently at Li Fengyu and the others before he said, My Clear River sect only wants this kid. All of you can feel free to choose the other human profounders. Wait. Right at this moment, Yang Yi suddenly took a step forward and gazed at Feng Xiu as he said, Senior, I seem to have never agreed to join your Clear River sect, right? As a distinguished 9th rank sect, could it be that Senior's sect intends to recruit me by force? Li Fengyu and the others were stunned, and then they glanced at Feng Xiu with strange expressions. So it was only that old fellow's wish. Feng Xiu's expression immediately fell when he heard Yang Yi. His eyes narrowed as he gazed at Yang Yi and said, Kid, could it be that joining my Clear River sect would be a humiliation to you? Or perhaps you are displeased of my Clear River sect? Threatening me? Yang Yi laughed coldly in his heart while his temper flared. He immediately laughed coldly and said, Senior, you're a monarch realm expert, while I'm merely a spirit realm profounder. How could I be displeased of Senior and your sect? But joining a sect is a matter of utmost importance, so I can't make the decision. I must return and ask for my master's permission. At this moment, Yang Yi was furious. If Feng Xiu wasn't a monarch realm expert, then Yang Yi would have drawn his sword and attacked a long time ago. What the fuck? Do I look like a piece of commodity that he can take at will? Ask for permission from your master? Feng Xiu laughed coldly and said, there's no need for that. Your master will definitely agree if he knows that my Clear River sect has taken a liking to you. Just obediently become an inner court disciple of my Clear River sect. Right? Allow me to give you a piece of advice. Don't bring ruin upon yourself. It was a blatant threat. Yang Yi slowly tightened his grip on Dragonbone while a wisp of killing intent flashed through the depths of his eyes. Join a 9th rank sect? It sounds very nice, but do you really think I'm an idiot? Don't you just want karmic luck? Once you get it and am completely worthless, then it'll probably immediately vanish from this world, right? But what could Yang Yi do? At this moment, there were only 2 paths left before him. Either fight to the death and make everyone unable to obtain any karmic luck, or make a compromise for his own safety, submit to Feng Xiu, respectfully present the fruits of his hard work to Feng Xiu, and then allow Feng Xiu to kill him. Of course, he could only choose the first path. At this moment, Yang Yi deeply experienced the helplessness of the weak. The weak could only be trampled upon when facing the strong. At this moment, it was impossible for reason to be utilized, nor was there right or wrong. There was only the strong and the weak. Strength, strength, formidable strength. Yang Yi took a deep breath and was just about to fight desperately when Embark Hood remained silent until now had walked slowly to Yang Yi's side. She patted his shield lightly with her right hand, and it caused the baleful energy that was surging within Yang Yi's body to calm down. Yang Yi's mind recovered its clarity while he felt shocked in his heart. Her strength is actually that terrifying? Embark grinned at Yang Yi, and then she turned to look at Feng Xiu before she said, I'm sorry, but Yang Yi is an honorary elder of my clan, so I'm afraid that he can't join your Clear River sect. The clan. Feng Xiu's eyelids twitched when he heard this name. Even the Clear River sect was fearful of the 2 clans in ancient Domain City. Of course, it wasn't terror but just fear. Now that he was here all by himself, it wasn't just simple terror that he should feel. After all, it was the clan's territory. However, he refused to be outdone in imposingness and said coldly, I presume you're the famous Madame Un. This is Madame An's territory, so everything Madame An says goes. However, I'd like to ask if Madame An really intends to become enemies with my Clear River sect just for someone who's about to die? Become enemies with the Clear River sect? And Bairu shook her head and smiled. It would sound much more convincing if Qingwei spoke these words. Who do you, Feng Xiu, think you are? Can you even represent the Clear River sect? I'll count to 3. If you're still here when I'm done, then you can stay here forever. I'd like to see if the Clear River sect will go against my clan for your sake. Feng Xiu's expression instantly became extremely unsightly when he heard Bairu. Chapter 397. Her eyes are open. 1. And Bairu did exactly as she said, and she immediately started to count. Feng Xiu gradually tightened his right palm into a fist, and then a strand of terrifying fluctuations of energy raged incessantly around him. It caused the air around him to warp incessantly, and its impetus was extremely astounding. 2. And Bairu's voice was extremely calm, and it was like she was just counting for fun. However, the expressions of those experts in the surroundings were cold. Especially Feng Xiu, the killing intent in his eyes was seemingly material. And Bairu nodded slightly and said, since it's like that, then stay behind. As soon as she finished speaking, a black-clothed woman suddenly appeared in front of Feng Xiu, and then a dagger instantly arrived before Feng Xiu's throat. It was slightly like a bolt of lightning. Of course, most importantly, the terrifying energy contained within the dagger caused a pitch-black spatial rift to instantly appear everywhere the dagger passed. Moreover, the pitch-black color that appeared from within the pitch-black space caused others to shudder with fear. The expressions of Li Fengyu and the others changed violently when they witnessed this scene because that black-clothed woman was at least a 3rd-rank monarch realm expert. Feng Xiu's pupils constricted violently while the hairs on his entire body stood on end. His figure flashed as he vanished on the spot, and then he was over a kilometer away when he appeared again. The mere first-rank monarch realm profounder actually dared to act arrogantly in the ancient battlefield. Embark's gaze was icy cold as she said, "Make him stay here forever. I want everyone to see the consequences of offending my clan in the ancient battlefield." The black-clothed woman nodded lightly, and then she directly vanished on the spot. Qian Huan shook his head at the side, and he said to himself, that fellow was really courting death. Even though Feng Xiu was a monarch realm expert as well, there was a difference in strength between monarch realm experts. Feng Xiu was merely at the first rank of the monarch realm, whereas that black-clothed woman was at the third rank of the monarch realm. After all, every single advancement of a rank in the monarch realm was as difficult as ascending into the heavens. So, it was practically impossible to surmount a rank of cultivation to do battle in the monarch realm. Of course, some extraordinarily monstrous geniuses were an exception to this. This was also the reason why Feng Xiu hadn't hesitated to flee when he saw that black-clothed woman. And Bairu glanced coldly at the others, and then she turned around to gaze at Yang Yi. "Let's go. We're leaving?" Only now did Yang Yi recover from his shock, and then he said, "But what about the karmic luck?" And Bairu grinned and said, "The top 3 have been decided, but there are more than 3 positions on the Hidden Dragon rankings. The remaining positions will be filled by the others behind you. Well, come here again 3 days from now, and the Dragon Vein will bestow karmic luck upon all of you at that time. So that's how it is." Yang Yi nodded and was just about to say something when the black-clothed woman from before had suddenly appeared here. The expressions of everyone in the surroundings changed when they saw the woman again because there was a bloody head in her hand. It was Feng Xiu's head. Yang Yi and Enbairu left while the battles on the Hidden Dragon rankings hadn't come to an end yet. Countless profounders from the human race, devil race, nether race, and demon race started intense battles, and their objective was naturally to obtain the last 7 remaining positions. At the Hall of the Clan, Enbairu and Yang Yi sat opposite each other, and a small table for serving tea resided between them. Enbairu raised the teacup on the table and took a light sip from it before she gazed at Yang Yi and said, "Young Master Yang, do you know why I killed Feng Xiu? Was it not because he offended Madame's clan?" Yang Yi smiled as he spoke. Even though this beautiful woman was a peerless expert, Yang Yi didn't feel restricted at all when he was in her company. And Bairu chuckled and said, "That was one of the reasons. But there was an even greater reason. Do you know what it was?" Yang Yi was truthful and shook his head. He wasn't acting but was really unaware. Logically speaking, it was impossible for the clan to offend an extraordinary sect of the Central Territory for his sake, but she just happened to have done exactly that, and it was exactly what puzzled him. And Bairu suddenly asked, "Does young Master Yang possess 2 natural treasures?" Yang Yi didn't conceal it, nor could he. So, he immediately nodded. A wisp of a smile flashed through her eyes when she saw him nod, and then she said, "Young Master Yang is really fortunate to possess 2 natural treasures. But do you know how enticing natural treasures are to those old fellows? You've exposed the fact that you possess 2 natural treasure. So do you know that countless people have already targeted you? Besides, for the sake of karmic luck, the reason Feng Xiu was so impatient to forcefully take you into the Clear River sect was probably mostly because of the natural treasures you possess." Yang Yi laughed bitterly when he heard this. He naturally understood the principle of refraining from revealing too much wealth. Moreover, Elder Mu had reminded him about it as well. However, it couldn't be helped. He was utterly unable to fight in Nanjing without exposing them, but he hadn't expected that it would actually entice those old geezers as well. Yang Yi couldn't help but frown when he thought up to here. Because if he were to be targeted by those old geezers, then how could he possibly live a peaceful life anymore? "You don't have to worry." Meanwhile, Enbairu smiled and said, "The reason I killed Feng Xiu was to tell everyone that you're a member of my clan. So, harming you is equivalent to going against my clan. If they dare to go against my clan in the ancient battlefield, then they'll have to think about whether their lives are resilient enough." Yang Yi laughed bitterly once more upon hearing this, and besides bitterness, There was slight helplessness on his face as well. However, could he not be aware of this woman's objective? In this way, it was equivalent to him being branded with the symbol of the clan. Even though it had dealt with his current problems, who knew if it would cause even more in the future? However, Yang Yi still felt very grateful to her, because he wouldn't even be able to deal with the trouble he faced today if he didn't have her help. Yang Yi said, "No matter what, I will definitely not forget this kindness. As for the karmic luck, so long as it's sufficient to save the person I want to save, then the clan can have the rest." And Bairu shook her head and said, "If it was in the past, then I would be very happy upon hearing this, because that has always been my objective. But now, I want to tell you that I didn't offend a ninth-rank sect without hesitation for karmic luck, and it was because I want to make friends with young Master Yang, because your value far surpasses that karmic luck." Yang Yi was stunned, and then he said, "With your strength, you should be able to discern that I don't have much time left to live, right? Madam, and aren't you afraid of being unable to reap any rewards from such an investment on me?" And Bairu raised the teacup again and took a light sip before she said, "Could it be that you still haven't realized? The reason I did all of this was merely to become friends with you. If it wasn't for that, then do you think I would have offended a ninth-rank sect for someone who's about to die? Moreover, even though you have potential and might be able to dispel the curse of the heavens to continue living, but you'll still be of no help to my clan for the next few hundred years, right? On the other hand, everything is possible during that time. So, do you understand what I mean?" Yang Yi was stunned, and then he stared fixedly at her because he was slightly dazed by her words. She wants to become friends with me? A woman with unfathomable strength actually said that she wants to become friends with me? Is she really not playing with me? Or is my charm really that great? Yang Yi was still dazed when he walked out of the hall. After Yang Yi left, a black-clothed woman appeared behind Bairu and said, "Little girl, have you made a decision?" And Bairu was slightly stunned, and then a wisp of confusion flashed through her eyes before she said, "Aunt, you're not wrong. I have to give it a try. It just so happens that I don't have any ill feelings towards him, so we'll give it a try." In a room, Yang Yi gazed at Xiao Yushi who laid there on the bed, and a wisp of tenderness flashed through his eyes. He stretched out his hand to stroke her face as he said in a gentle voice, "Yushi, you'll be able to wake up in 3 days from now." As soon as he finished speaking, his right hand slowly moved downward and arrived at her chest. Even though He had done it every single time to transfer his lifespan to her, Yang Yi had to admit that He had become addicted to that ecstatic feeling. When compared to the past, Yang Yi's speed at removing her clothes was much faster, and only a few breaths of time had passed when Xiao Yushi's figure was completely bared before his eyes. As he gazed at her figure, a strand of the flames of desire suddenly arose from his nether regions, and then he gradually pressed his body down towards her. They had just become one when Xiao Yushi's beautiful brows suddenly knit together slightly, and then her eyes opened up slowly. Chapter 398 Sword Servant. When he saw her suddenly open her eyes, Yang Yi was first delighted, and then his mind was blank. He gazed at Xiao Yushi while she gazed at him, and they just looked at each other like that. After an unknown period, Xiao Yushi seemed to be aware of what sort of situation they were in right now. A wisp of disappointment had appeared in her eyes, and then 2 streams of clear tears slowly seeped out from her eyes. As they rolled down her face that was pure as jade, they seemed like the purest pearls in the world and were crystalline and translucent. Yang Yi's heart hurt when he saw those tears. He naturally knew why she was crying, because anyone would think that He had taken advantage of her upon witnessing such a scene, so it was normal for her to misunderstand. Yang Yi lowered his body to peck her red lips lightly, and then he said in a light voice, "Can I explain?" Xiao Yushi didn't speak, and she just gazed at Yang Yi. Besides calmness, there was even coldness and indifference in her eyes. Yang Yi sighed lightly in his heart, and then he started to describe everything that had occurred since Xiao Yushi fell unconscious. He didn't conceal anything because he didn't want any barriers to exist between them. As Yang Yi described it to her, there was finally some fluctuation in her eyes. When she heard that Yang Yi had sacrificed his lifespan and was cursed by the heavens as well in order to save her, The icy cold indifference in her eyes had vanished completely. Only crystalline pearls of tears remained in her eyes. No one had a better understanding of what the curse of the heavens represented, because her Shao clan had been cursed by the heavens for generations. All those from the Shao clan who suffered from the curse had never been able to avoid suffering, and this included her and her father. Her father had been born blind, and it was a blindness that couldn't be cured by anything. On the other hand, she only had less than a year of lifespan when she was born. If her father hadn't exhausted all the resources of the Shao clan to search for treasures to extend her lifespan, then she would have died a long time ago. Even if she'd survived until now, she had white hair at such a young age. Now, Yang Yi had suffered the curse of the heavens to save her, and he only had a few years of lifespan left. When she thought up to here, the tears in her eyes surged out like an endless torrent, and it instantly caused her pure face to be covered in tears. Yang Yi kissed her tear-covered face and said gently, "Don't cry. I've found a method to heal you. When I obtain the karmic luck from the hidden dragon pagoda tomorrow, I'll be able to offset the curse you suffer. At that you'll—" Suddenly, a pure white finger had pressed down onto his lips, and then Xiao Yushi shook her head lightly before she slowly moved her hand to stroke the graying hair by Yang Yi's ears. Tears flowed once more from her eyes, while she gazed at the hair there which was turning snow white. "Yushi," Yang Yi was about to say something when a pair of hands wrapped themselves around his neck, and then he felt softness touch his lips. After that, Xiao Yushi's voice resounded by his ear. "You're not allowed to exhaust your lifespan with that mutual cultivation technique anymore. Otherwise, I'll kill you." Yang Yi was stunned. Right at this moment, Xiao Yushi's lips pressed down onto his own once more. In an instant, the flames of desire blazed. After an unknown period, Yang Yi walked out of the room with a smile on his face. He raised his head to gaze at a large white cloud that was floating on the horizon and grinned while seeming to be indescribably satisfied. He said, "So there's such a huge difference when we do it together." Unfortunately, she was only conscious for a short period. Alas, 3 days is a really long period to wait. Even though Xiao Yushi had awoken, it was only a short moment of consciousness. The injuries throughout her bodies hadn't been recuperated completely, and her body was still extremely weak. Coupled with the fact that she fought a great battle with Yang Yi just now and had been wrecked by him, so she'd fallen asleep again. But she was only asleep, and she wasn't unconscious like she had been in the past. Yang Yi stood on the spot for a while, and then he seemed to have thought of something. So, he returned to the room Bairu had arranged for him, closed the door, and then summoned the sword spirit of the ancient sheath. "How's it going with Mo Qingyu and Mu Jun?" asked Yang Yi. He still remembered the soul puppetry technique that she spoke of, and he didn't want to give up on 2 extraordinary puppets. The sword spirit nodded slightly and said, "I've repaired their souls, and I've even extracted their consciousnesses. Now, you just have to act according to the technique I provide you, and take control of them." "Then let's begin," said Yang Yi. The sword spirit nodded, and then she flicked with her finger, causing a blue ray of light to enter Yang Yi's mind. Yang Yi frowned as some strange pieces of information appeared in his mind. After around an hour passed, Yang Yi's brows had gradually eased up, and then another short moment passed before Yang Yi slowly opened his eyes. When she saw this, the sword spirit waved her right hand, and then both Mo Qingyu and Mu Jun appeared in front of Yang Yi. Both of them seemed like living people based on their outward appearance, but their eyes were empty and without any emotion. Yang Yi walked over to the 2 of them before he tapped the center of their foreheads with both his hands. In an instant, a strand of dark blue energy gradually entered their body, and then color slowly appeared within their empty eyes. After around 15 minutes passed, their gazes were exactly the same as an ordinary person. "Master." The 2 of them knelt before Yang Yi with an extremely respectful expression on their faces. Yang Yi couldn't help but sigh with emotion as he gazed at them. This soul puppetry technique that the Sword Emperor from all those years created is truly miraculous. Because if he wasn't aware that they were dead, he would definitely not believe that 2 dead people were right in front of him. Yang Yi shook his head. He knew that it wasn't the time to care about whether they were dead or alive, and he was only concerned about their combat strengths. So, He immediately asked the sword spirit, "How are their strengths when compared to before?" The sword spirit pondered deeply for a moment before she said, "It's naturally slightly inferior when compared to when they were alive. However, it isn't much inferior. Moreover, you can ceaselessly improve their strengths. But you must remember that you can't allow their strengths to surpass your own. Otherwise, it's very likely that they'll turn on you." Yang Yi nodded, and then he asked Mo Qingyu to sit cross-legged at the side and start to cultivate, whereas he kept Mu Jun within the tiny vortex instead. Mo Qingyu was still at the peak of the king realm. Her strength could be said to have been very good before this, but in his opinion, it was quite weak right now. So, the important matter at hand was to make Mo Qingyu advance into the spirit realm. A sword cultivator at the spirit realm who had even comprehended 8th level sword intent. Such a puppet was extremely helpful to him. Of course, Mu Jun wasn't inferior as well because he possessed countless high-level combat techniques. Yang Yi believed that even a 3rd rank or 5th rank spirit realm expert might not be able to defeat Mu Jun. When he thought about Mu Jun, it made Yang Yi recall something, and it was the Mortal Emperor armor, the Mortal Emperor seal, and the spatial ring that had obtained after he killed Mu Jun. With a flip of his palm, Mu Jun's spatial ring appeared in his grasp, and then his spiritual energy seeped into it. Yang Yi's eyes instantly lit up when he saw the contents of the spatial ring. There were actually over 200,000 energy stones there. Moreover, there were over 20 top-grade energy stones as well. Besides energy stones, there were all over 100 types of various natural treasures of the heavens and the earth, and most of them were at the earth rank while there were quite a few at the heaven rank as well. On the other hand, the amount of dark treasures within the spatial ring had shocked Yang Yi to the point his jaw had almost hit the floor. There were actually 5 low-grade heaven-rank dark treasures amongst them, and 2 of them were swords while the other 3 were respectively a saber, a whip, and a spear. As for earth-rank dark treasures, there were over 500 of them, and they came in all forms, causing Yang Yi to be dazed by this sight. Yang Yi had once felt that had experienced the world and what it had to offer, but only when he saw Mu Jun's wealth did he realize that he was actually a pauper. What was a truly wealthy person like? It was like Mu Jun. He really deserved to be the crown prince of an extraordinary empire in the Central Territory. Of course, even though these treasures were precious, they were much more inferior when compared to the Mortal Emperor armor and Mortal Emperor seal. No, it should be said that they couldn't be compared at all. Yang Yi put the spatial ring away, and then the Mortal Emperor seal and Mortal Emperor armor appeared in his hands. Yang Yi's gaze descended onto the armor first. The armor was extremely terrifying, and had personally witnessed how terrifying it was because he would probably be unable to do anything to Mu Jun without relying on his sword domain. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment before he wore the Mortal Emperor armor. He absolutely refused to waste such a treasure because it could absolutely save his life at a critical moment. As soon as he wore the armor, a small golden dragon had suddenly appeared within it, and then it suddenly constricted around Yang Yi's waist, causing his expression to instantly change. Chapter 399 Violet Cloud Lightning. The small golden dragon constricted Yang Yi's waist without easing up at all, and the enormous strength it possessed caused his clothes to instantly split into pieces. A wisp of a ruthless expression flashed through Yang Yi's eyes, and he directly grabbed the dragon's neck with his right hand before pulling forcefully. He pulled the dragon off him before he clenched his fingers down slightly, causing the small golden dragon to instantly start howling with pain. Shock had appeared in his eyes as he gazed at the small golden dragon that was ceaselessly howling with pain in his hand. Because the small golden dragon wasn't an immaterial object, and it was a real dragon. Real little dragon. That's a divine spirit dragon. At this moment, the sword spirit said, "Don't harm it. It's an embodiment of goodness in the world, and it likes to get close to good people and hates the bad. One that obtains its acknowledgement is the Mortal Emperor, and that person will be able to obtain divine spirit aura. It's capable of warding against all evil, and it can even deter all evil beasts in the world." It hates the bad? Yang Yi was stunned, and then he smiled as he said, "Looks like I'm such a person. Right, wasn't Mu Jun the so-called Mortal Emperor?" "Not really. The sword spirit shook her head and said, "He merely obtained the Mortal Emperor seal and Mortal Emperor armor, but he didn't obtain their acknowledgement. If he was the real Mortal Emperor, then how could he have been killed so easily?" Yang Yi chuckled and said, "Let's disregard all of that for now. Tell me how to subdue it. This armor isn't bad. It can probably withstand an attack that was executed with the full strength of a peak spirit realm expert. You can't, unless it serves you willingly, or if you suppress it by force. However, doing that would cause the might of this armor to be weakened greatly. Moreover, it's very likely that it'll turn on you," said the sword spirit. Yang Yi squeezed the small golden dragon's neck as he raised it to eye level, and then he couldn't help but chuckle when he saw the cowardice in its eyes. "So this dragon is quite cowardly. Are you willing to serve me?" asked Yang Yi. The small golden dragon immediately shook its head. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed, and he exerted strength slightly, causing it to instantly howl once more with pain. This time, Yang Yi's gaze was icy cold as he said, "It's fine if you're unwilling to serve me, but you must be obedient. Otherwise, they'll pull out your tendons, tear off your skin, and bleed you dry. Understand?" The golden dragon wanted to shake its head again. However, when it noticed the slaughter sword intent that Yang Yi emanated, it hurriedly nodded right away. Its intuition told it that if it dared to shake its head, then this villain in front of him would definitely do as head said. Yang Yi nodded with satisfaction when he saw the golden dragon nod, and then he loosened his grip. The dragon instantly transformed into a strand of golden light that entered the Mortal Emperor armor. After he dealt with the Mortal Emperor armor, Yang Yi's gaze descended onto the Mortal Emperor seal. The seal was even much larger than the palm of an adult, and it had a lifelike small golden dragon inscribed on it. When he looked carefully, Yang Yi noticed that this small golden dragon's appearance was exactly similar to the one from before. Yang Yi attached great importance to the Mortal Emperor seal because it had even been able to resist the nether ghost flame that day. The profound energy within his body surged, and then he sent it slowly into the seal. The seal suddenly lit up as his profound energy surged endlessly into it, and it seemed like the small golden dragon on the seal was about to come to life. However, the golden glow instantly vanished right when Yang Yi was delighted, and then the Mortal Emperor seal didn't react at all no matter how much profound energy he poured into it. Yang Yi frowned, and then he looked at the sword spirit. The sword spirit pondered deeply for a moment and said, "The Mortal Emperor seal, Mortal Emperor armor, and Mortal Emperor sword are 3 parts of a whole, and the Divine Spirit Dragon is the equipment spirit for all of them. Only by obtaining its acknowledgement would you be able to utilize the true might of these 3 Tao artifacts. So, you're probably unable to utilize it at all because of the Divine Spirit Dragon." Yang Yi's gaze became icy cold once more, and he wanted to grab the small golden dragon and teach it a good lesson. However, he noticed that he was completely helpless against it. Why? Because he was unable to sense exactly which part of the armor it was hiding in. As if she knew what Yang Yi was thinking, the sword spirit said, "It has fused into one with the Mortal Emperor armor. So unless you possess the ability to destroy a Tao artifact, otherwise, you are completely helpless against it. Of course, it's a different story if it were to come out on its own. However, after you terrified it just now, it will probably not come out no matter what." Yang Yi couldn't help but laugh bitterly when he heard this. The Mortal Emperor armor was still usable because while he didn't possess the Divine Spirit Dragon's acknowledgement, he could still use it as a high-grade heaven rank armor. However, the Mortal Emperor seal was a complete piece of garbage without the Divine Spirit Dragon's acknowledgement. He really wanted to toss the seal away, but he wasn't able to do it in the end. "Looks like I can only wait for an opportunity in the future to make it mine." Yang Yi shook his head and put the Mortal Emperor seal away. Yang Yi took a deep breath, and then he sat cross-legged on the bed and said, "Guard me." The sword spirit nodded. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly, and then he immersed his consciousness into his body. He naturally intended to subdue the violet cloud lightning right now. The violet cloud lightning wasn't weaker to the nether ghost flame at all. So, he naturally didn't intend to give up on taking possession of such a natural treasure. If he could subdue it, Then he would possess 3 natural treasures when the Nether Ghost Flame and 9th Hell Cold Gale was included. If I could merge these 3 natural treasures into one. Yang Yi shook his head lightly, and then he discarded the distracting thoughts in his mind and started subduing the violet cloud lightning. It was hiding in a corner within the tiny vortex, and it seemed to be trembling incessantly from being terrified of something. Yang Yi was slightly amused when he saw this. This tiny vortex of mine is really mysterious and terrifying. Regardless of whether it's the Nether Ghost Flame or this violet cloud lightning, they are extremely fearful of the tiny vortex. With the assistance of the tiny vortex, it shouldn't be a problem for me to subdue the violet cloud lightning. Yang Yi mused hopefully. However, right at this moment, a strand of strange energy suddenly appeared within the tiny vortex, and this energy instantly arrived in front of the violet cloud lightning. The violet cloud lightning was directly teleported out under Yang Yi's astounded gaze, and it arrived within Yang Yi's body instead. Yang Yi was stunned, and the violet cloud lightning was stunned as well. In next to no time, it recovered from its shock, and then it jumped for joy. Meanwhile, Yang Yi's face had instantly warped. The violet cloud lightning wanted to leave, but it seemed like it was attracted to something within the tiny vortex. So it moved around incessantly on the spot. It wanted to enter the tiny vortex, yet seemed to be afraid of something, and it retreated every single time it arrived at the entrance to the tiny vortex. It seemed very conflicted. At this moment, Yang Yi was filled with hatred. He was sure that it was definitely the tiny vortex that was teaching him a lesson on purpose. He knew that the tiny vortex was displeased with him after he provoked it the other day to save Xiao Yushi. Now, it finally had a chance to teach him a lesson. But isn't this a little too cruel? This thing is a natural treasure. Is it trying to kill me? Yang Yi howled with sorrow in his heart. At this moment, he couldn't give up on the violet cloud lightning even if he wanted to. Why? Because it had no intention of leaving at all. It was ceaselessly moving about near the tiny vortex. It was fine if it just moved about, but the trace of electricity it emanated on occasion overwhelmed Yang Yi with pain. Yang Yi didn't dare to let it continue moving about within his body. He immediately utilized the technique Elder Mu taught him and started attempting to subdue it. However, Yang Yi had only just executed the technique, yet the violet cloud lightning seemed as if it had been provoked. It flashed and immediately started to rampage through his entire body. Pooh! A mouthful of blood sprayed from between his lips while his face twisted together severely. Moreover, his entire body was trembling violently. The pain he felt right now was much more terrifying than when he subdued the Nether Ghost Flame. The sword spirit's brows pressed together slightly. However, she was unable to do anything right now, and it all depended on Yang Yi's own fortune. After all, the violet cloud lightning was within Yang Yi's body, so if it was driven to a corner and forced to detonate itself. At this moment, the only thing Yang Yi could do was try hard to keep his mind clear while doing all he could to subdue the violet cloud lightning with the technique Elder Mu had taught him. Elder Mu's technique was extremely effective, and it was obvious by how fearful the violet cloud lightning was. However, the process. It was a truly painful process. If his light violet profound energy wasn't repairing his body incessantly, and if he didn't possess a strong physical body and will, then he would have been transformed into a charred corpse a very long time ago. Countless bolts of violet electricity gradually effused out from Yang Yi's body, and then the entire room was filled with violet electricity. Moreover, terrifying crackling resounded incessantly in the air. Chapter 400 Merge. After an unknown period had passed, Yang Yi seemed like he was made of electricity, and his entire body was densely covered by violet electricity. Outside his room, Anbairu gazed at the violet-colored electricity that was raging even outside Yang Yi's room, and her eyes carried a wisp of worry and heaviness. "Is he subduing the violet cloud lightning?" asked Anbairu in a low voice. A black-clothed woman appeared by her side and nodded lightly. "He should be." "How reckless!" Anbairu frowned while her voice carried a trace of anger. She said, "The violet cloud lightning is ranked at the 3rd position amongst lightning element natural treasures, so how could it possibly be subdued that easily?" Isn't he courting death by doing that? Aunt, can you lend him a hand? The black-clothed woman shook her head and said, He's at a critical juncture right now, and even the lightest touch might make him suffer calamity. After all, that natural treasure isn't being controlled by anyone, so if it were to erupt, then while it wouldn't be a threat to us, it would be lethal to him. We can only wait now? Yes. The electricity in the room grew steadily in both strength and amount. Bang! Suddenly, a strand of powerful electricity flashed through the air, and it instantly blasted the entire room into pieces before a strand of violet-colored lightning that was thick as an arm shot into the sky. However, it had merely shot less than 20 m above the roof when it was blasted into pieces by a strand of mysterious energy. Meanwhile, Yang Yi slowly opened his eyes on the bed, and a strand of violet electricity flashed through the depths of his eyes. The sword spirit nodded lightly while standing in front of him, and then she said, Congratulations, you've succeeded. Yang Yi nodded while a wisp of happiness flashed through his eyes, and then he stretched out his right hand and spread his palm. Hiss! A thumb-sized strand of electricity appeared on his palm, and then he gazed at it while the corners of Yang Yi's lips curved up before a smile had appeared on his face. The smile gradually spread further, and then Yang Yi couldn't help but roar with laughter. Head really suffered throughout the process of subduing the violet cloud lightning. If his violet profound energy hadn't constantly repaired his body and resisted the electricity emanated by the violet cloud lightning, then he would have definitely perished. Even with his violet profound energy, Head still suffered greatly, because no one could hold on for long while being struck repeatedly by electricity at all times. Fortunately, even though Head really suffered, Head succeeded in subduing the violet cloud lightning. From now onward, he possessed 3 natural treasures. Bang! When he thought up to this point, Yang Yi opened up his left hand, and the nether ghost flame appeared on his palm. A wisp of a strange glow flashed through Yang Yi's eyes while he gazed at the 2 natural treasures in his palms, and then he issued a command in his heart, causing the 9th hell-cold gale to appear in front of him. At this moment, as he gazed at these 3 natural treasures, a wisp of madness had appeared in Yang Yi's eyes. He issued another command in his heart, and then Dragonbone appeared and floated in front of him. He flicked his finger, and the nether ghost flame was the first to cover Dragonbone. After that, Yang Yi flicked his finger once more, and then the violet cloud lightning instantly covered Dragonbone as well. However, as soon as the violet cloud lightning covered the sword, the nether ghost flame had suddenly emanated an ocean of flames, and it seemed to be unwilling to allow the violet cloud lightning to do that. The violet cloud lightning refused to show weakness, and it immediately exploded apart into countless strands of violet electricity. In an instant, the entire room collapsed. Yang Yi suffered the brunt of the force, and he was blasted out of the room. Cough. Yang Yi crawled up slowly from the ground. Right at this moment, a wave of fragrance assaulted him before he felt that his arm had come into contact with something soft. He turned his head to look over, and he saw that Embark had suddenly appeared by his side and was supporting him up. Thank you. Yang Yi expressed his gratitude and stood up slowly, and then the corners of his mouth instantly twitched when he looked at the room he resided in just now. Because there was no such room anymore. There was only a large expanse of ruins there. Moreover, the nether ghost flame and violet cloud lightning were still colliding with each other above it. Yang Yi's face instantly darkened. Are these 2 fellows trying to rebel against me? After all, even if they disagreed with each other, he, Yang Yi, would have been transformed into a pile of mush if he didn't possess a formidable physical body. Yang Yi stretched out his hands and gestured, and the nether ghost flame and violet cloud lightning instantly flew into his palms. Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief in his heart because while these 2 fellows disagreed with each other and fought, they didn't dare disobey his orders. But now, he had a slight problem, and it was how to make these 2 fellows coexist harmoniously with one another. Otherwise, what would happen if these 2 fellows engaged in internal strife before he even fought his enemies? But he was truly unwilling to give up on trying to merge the 3 natural treasures, because he deeply believed that if he could merge them and utilize them to enhance his sword, then the might they revealed would be absolutely obliterating. Yang Yi shook his head and sighed lightly before he put the two natural treasures away. At this moment, he could only put this thought aside for now. Meanwhile, Enbiru suddenly asked, "You want to make them merge?" Yang Yi didn't conceal his thoughts and nodded. "Indeed. After all, their might would definitely be extremely shocking if I can merge them together. Unfortunately, you've seen the results. The Nether Ghost Flame and Violet Cloud Lightning are extremely violent natural treasures, so it's truly quite difficult to make them merge together." Enbiru suddenly said, "Actually, it isn't very difficult." Yang Yi turned his head swiftly to gaze at Enbiru, and his eyes flickered with the glow of excitement. "You know how to accomplish it?" Enbiru pondered deeply for a moment before she said, "The reason you can't merge them is actually that you don't understand them, and you're unable to take full control of them. If you attain a thorough comprehension of them and can control them skillfully, then merging them shouldn't be difficult at all. After all, you've already subdued them, so they won't refuse your will." A thorough comprehension? Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment before he shook his head and laughed bitterly. "Looks like I was too impatient." After all, he didn't even dare say that he possessed a thorough understanding of the Nether Ghost Flame, let alone the Violet Cloud Lightning that had just subdued. So, had really been quite rash and impatient. And Enbiru nodded and said, "You really can't be impatient when dealing with natural treasures. They contain extremely terrifying energy, and the slightest mistake is very likely to injure you. Just like that explosion earlier. If it wasn't for your formidable physical body, then you would probably be a corpse right now. So, you must remember to not be impulsive and rash in the future, and you must consider the consequences before you do anything. Understand?" Yang Ye's heart felt slightly warm when he heard her concerned tone, and then he nodded and smiled. "Don't worry. This only happened because I was overwhelmed by my excitement and seized by impulse. It will absolutely not happen again. After all, I don't have the habit of torturing myself." When he spoke up to hear, he glanced at the destroyed room and smiled with embarrassment. "I'm really sorry. Don't worry, they'll compensate." And Enbiru glanced at him and said, "There's no need for compensation. Head to the training room if you want to cultivate in the future. You can do anything you like there, but if you cause a huge commotion here and alarm the enforcement team in the city, then you'll be in huge trouble." When she spoke up to this point, Enbiru paused for a moment and said, "You're not young anymore, so you should think of the consequences before doing things. There's a huge difference between acting decisively and rashly." Yang Yi was stunned when he heard this. Her voice carried a concerned tone, yet it seemed to carry a little bit of a different tone. Yang Yi wasn't able to put a finger on it, and he just felt that it was strange. And Enbiru revealed a slightly uncomfortable expression when she noticed Yang Yi was staring at her, and then she glanced indifferently at Yang Yi before he made a casual tossing motion at him. A white jade bottle appeared before Yang Yi as she said, "This is a bottle of healing medicine. You just subdued the Violet Cloud Lightning and suffered the impact from that explosion. So you're both internally and externally injured right now. This medicine should be extremely helpful to you." As soon as she finished speaking, Enbiru didn't stay here for another moment, and she turned around and left. Yang Yi stood on the spot and just stared blankly at her leaving figure for some time. After some time passed, Yang Yi shook his head and stopped thinking about all of that, and he took the white jade bottle and headed to the training room that Enbiru spoke of. Presently, working hard to improve his strength was the most important matter at hand, because it would be time for him to return to the Southern Territory once the Hidden Dragon rankings truly came to an end. At that time, there would probably be many people in the Southern Territory who wouldn't want him to return alive. Chapter 401: The Blood of a True Dragon. On the next day, Yang Yi sat cross-legged at a training room that Enbiru had arranged for him, and a scarlet-red pearl of blood floated in front of him. This scarlet-red pearl was the so-called blood of a true dragon that the mysterious old woman had given that day. The pearl of blood was only the size of his little finger, but Yang Yi was able to clearly sense the energy contained within it. The energy within it was absolutely terrifying. At this moment, Yang Yi was hesitating on whether he should consume it. The reason he hesitated was because he didn't trust that old woman. After all, he was on the verge of killing her grandson. So how could she so kind as to give him such a precious drop of the blood of a true dragon? Even though he suspected that she was up to something, he was still unwilling to give up on it. After all, it was extremely beneficial to him if his physical body could be strengthened a step further. Yang Yi asked the sword spirit of the ancient sheath who was in front of him, "Are you able to discern anything wrong with this blood?" The sword spirit shook her head lightly and said, "I'm unable to sense anything wrong with it. It really is the blood of a true dragon. Moreover, it's extremely pure as well. I presume the owner of this blood definitely possessed an extremely high status amongst the divine gold dragons. But you should be aware that she's definitely up to something." Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment before he said, "Can it really strengthen my body?" The sword spirit said, "Yes, it can, and it can drastically improve your physical strength and physical defense. Your current physical strength and physical defense are much stronger than a peak spirit rank demon beast. If you're able to refine and absorb this true dragon's blood successfully, then your physical defense and physical strength will far surpass spirit rank demon beasts and even be comparable to ordinary dragons." Yang Yi fell silent when he heard this. There was no reward without risk, but while the cowardly might die of hunger, the brave might bite off more than they could chew. When he thought up to hear, a wisp of a firm expression flashed through Yang Yi's eyes, and then he flicked his finger before the nether ghost flame flashed into appearance. He placed the pearl of blood above the nether ghost flame, and it instantly started to spin rapidly. Just like that, around 15 minutes had passed, but besides becoming even more scarlet red, there was nothing unusual about the blood at all. Yang Yi instantly heaved a sigh of relief when he witnessed this. Looks like there's nothing wrong with this blood. When he thought up to here, Yang Yi stopped hesitating. He grabbed it and swallowed it. As soon as it entered his throat, a strand of violet energy instantly swept out from within the pearl of blood. Bang! Yang Yi's clothes were instantly transformed into ash while dense blood-red thread had appeared on his skin. Moreover, it wasn't just his eyes. Even his eyes were densely covered in blood-red thread, causing him to seem extremely shocking. At this moment, Yang Yi's consciousness was still clear, and it was exactly because his consciousness was clear that it was really torturing to him right now. The violent energy was ceaselessly striking against his body, and while the intense pain made him almost gnash his teeth into pieces, it was much inferior when compared to the pain he suffered from the nether ghost flame and violet cloud lightning. The reason it was torture to him was that he actually had the impulse to vent his desires right now. Could this blood have belonged to a licentious dragon? Yang Yi tried hard to suppress the flames of desire within his heart while he ceaselessly absorbed the pure energy within the dragon blood. As soon as the energy entered into his body, Yang Yi felt the blood throughout his body and meridians instantly start to cheer with joy, but the feeling of his flames of desire burning through his entire body was truly uncomfortable. It was fine at the beginning because he could suppress it, but in next to no time, the energy from the blood had ceaselessly entered his blood and meridians, causing the flames of desire within him to burn more and more intensely. It was intense to the point Yang Yi's eyes had started to turn crimson red while his skin seemed as if it was cooked, and it had turned a shocking hue of red. The clarity in Yang Yi's eyes gradually vanished. On the other hand, the sword spirit had returned to its original form, and the ancient sheath vanished on the spot. In a room, Anbiru was gazing silently at a mirror that was placed in front of her, and there was a drop-dead gorgeous face on the mirror's surface. A wisp of a smile suddenly arose on her face after she gazed at that peerlessly beautiful face for a while, but this smile was bitter. Her fair hand slowly moved up to her face, and Anbiru's gaze was slightly blank as she stared at the person in the mirror. She muttered, "Youth and beauty are only temporary." As soon as she finished speaking, she stared blankly for a while longer. In the end, she lowered her gaze towards a scroll in her hand, and there were 2 words on it, Yang Yi. Practically 90% of everything from Yang Yi's birth until now had been fully recorded by the formidable forces of the clan, and they were contained within the scroll in her hand. A black-clothed woman suddenly appeared by Anbiru's side. She gazed at Enbiru while a tender expression appeared in her eyes. She said, "Little girl, just choose him. You've stayed at the 9th rank of the Exalt realm for too long. If you still don't advance soon, then you should be clearly aware of the consequences you'll face once the vitality within your body has started to disperse. He's a really suitable candidate, and he even possesses mysterious violet-colored profound energy. So, if you engage in mutual cultivation with him, you'll definitely be able to break through the shackles of your cultivation technique and step foot into the monarch realm." And Bairu remained silent, but there were slight fluctuations in her eyes. Most importantly, he only possesses less than 5 years of his lifespan left. The black-clothed woman said in a low voice, "So, you don't have to feel ashamed at all." And Bairu still remained silent, and she just tightened her grip on the scroll in her hand. "Little girl, you should be clearly aware that even if it's within the forces of our clan, there are only 4 people with mutated profound energy. I can understand why you refuse to choose the 4 of them, because even I feel disgusted at the sight of them. But to be honest, this fellow, Yang Yi, can be considered to be an outstanding genius in the present age, so choosing him wouldn't be a humiliation to you. Most importantly, his mysterious violet-colored profound energy is extremely pure and without even a trace of impurities, so it'll definitely be extremely helpful in the improvement of your cultivation technique. You'll definitely be unable to encounter a similar opportunity in the future if you miss this one," said the black-clothed woman. And Bairu sighed lightly as she stood up slowly. She said, "Is he at the training room?" The black-clothed woman nodded while a wisp of delight flashed through her eyes. She said, "Little girl, have you made up your mind?" And Bairu said, "Let me go talk with him. I don't want my mental state to have any flaws in the future." As soon as she finished speaking, Bairu walked towards the door, but she suddenly stopped upon arriving in front of it. She said, "Aunt, you don't have to come with me. Let me talk to him by myself." She immediately walked out of the door upon speaking these words. The black-clothed woman sighed lightly on the spot, and then her figure flashed and vanished. When Enbiru pushed upon the door to Yang Ye's training room, her expression had instantly changed because a figure had suddenly charged towards her. A strand of strong wind blew forward with a flick of her hand, and then that figure was instantly blasted flying by over 300 m before crashing to the ground. That figure was naturally Yang Yi. Earlier, the clarity in his eyes had immediately vanished once he fully absorbed the energy within the true dragon's blood, and then his eyes were filled with boundless flames of desire. Yet it just so happened that Enbiru had walked in at this exact same moment, so Yang Yi had pounced over out of instinct. Unfortunately, his strength was far inferior to her. Enbiru's beautiful brows knit together slightly when she noticed the crimson-red color in Yang Ye's eyes. Suddenly, her pupils constricted when she noticed the dark golden skin that covered Yang Ye's body, and she said, "The blood of a divine gold dragon. How could this be possible? How could he possibly possess such a divine treasure? That idiot. He actually dared to absorb the blood of a divine gold dragon. Doesn't he know that doing this would offend the entire dragon race?" Meanwhile, Yang Yi had stood up slowly, and then he pounced at Enbiru again. When she gazed at Yang Ye's bare body, and especially when her gaze fell onto a certain hard spot on him, Enbiru's face had turned slightly red, and then her figure flashed to instantly arrive before Yang Yi. She stretched out her hand and tapped it on Yang Ye's chest. In an instant, Yang Ye's figure stiffened on the spot as if had been frozen there. Enbiru frowned when she noticed the expression of pain he had, and then she sighed lightly after a short while passed. Even though she was still a pure maiden, she knew what sort of situation Yang Yi was in right now. At this moment, Yang Yi had to vent his desires, otherwise, it was very likely that he would suffer an injury to his foundation. So, Enbiru turned around with the intention of looking for someone to help Yang Yi vent. However, right at this moment, a strand of violet light suddenly flashed through Yang Ye's eyes, and then a strand of violet light suddenly entered Enbiru's body, causing her figure to suddenly stiff while shock and disbelief filled her eyes. But she didn't have the time to think about all of that because Yang Yi had pounced onto her. When the last bit of clarity dispersed from the depths of Yang Ye's eyes, Head vaguely heard the sound of complacent laughter that was clear and melodious. You actually dared to threaten this princess? Threaten me, huh? Threaten me, huh? Feel my wrath. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 402 Little Girl. In merely an instant, the clothes Embark wore had been transformed into ash, and then Embark moaned lightly while her brows knit together tightly. As she watched Yangyi rampage about like a wild beast, ghastly killing intent appeared in her eyes. Even though she was called Madame An and was the master of the clan, a man had never taken advantage of her in any way. Even though she had a slightly good impression of Yangyi and had intentions to unite with him, that was under the condition that she did it willingly and not forced as she was right now. After a long time passed, Embark suddenly noticed that she could move. She didn't hesitate to stretch out her right hand and grab Yangyi by the neck, and she just had to exert strength a little, and Yangyi's head would be separated from his body. Embark hadn't noticed that a strand of violet light had flashed through Yangyi's neck at the instant she grabbed him by the neck. Embark's eyes were blank as she held Yangyi by the neck and gazed at his crimson red eyes. She knew that Yangyi hadn't done it intentionally and had been affected by the true dragon's blood. Moreover, the reason this had happened to them was because someone had made this happen from the shadows. Embark took a deep breath and asked herself about it. The answer she got was that she didn't want to kill the young man in front of her, so it was pointless even if she looked for a million more excuses. Suddenly, Yangyi grew faster and faster while his movements grew more and more intense, and the sharp pain she felt from a certain area caused Embark's brows to knit together once more. As he ceaselessly vented his desire, Yangyi's skin started to gradually change color, and it transformed from dark gold into bright gold. After an unknown amount of time passed, Yangyi's eyes gradually recovered their clarity, and he was instantly stunned when he saw the woman who laid below him. What's going on? Wasn't I cultivation? How did this happen? Are you still not going to get up? Embark stared Yangyi straight in the eyes as she spoke coldly. Yangyi stared blankly at her when he heard this, and he was just about to get up hastily when he felt his legs were extremely weak. So, his figure has just risen slightly when it pressed down once more upon her. Two completely different moans instantly escaped their lips. Yangyi took a deep breath and didn't attempt to get up again. In any case, it had already happened. So what could possibly be done even if he did get up immediately? He just laid on her like that. He ordered his thoughts for a moment before he said, I don't know why this happened. All I know is that all of that isn't very important anymore. The most important thing is the present. The present? Embark stared right at him and said, What do you intend to do now? I don't want to speak any words of apology or to act shamelessly because they are all meaningless. Yangyi said in a low voice, I know that you'll definitely ridicule me if I said that I would take responsibility. After all, no matter if it's your strength or background, they both far surpass me. But I still want to say that you're mine now, and am your first. So what? Embark had a cold smile on the corners of her mouth, and her gaze was icy cold. Could it be that you think him like every other woman? That I would become yours just because I lost my purity to you? Yangyi suddenly asked. If you wanted to kill me, then I would have been dead a long time ago, right? Perhaps you'll die a moment from now. Embark's voice was still icy cold. Yangyi shook his head when he heard this, and then he said seriously, I refuse to spout nonsense to you. In any case, you're mine now. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately swooped down and kissed her on the lips. In Yangyi's opinion, any words he said right now were empty when it had already come to this. In any case, she was his now, and that was the most important. As for the problem of whether there were any feelings between them, it wasn't very important to him whether she loved him or not. In any case, since they'd united as one, and she was his, then he would treat her well and never betray her. Love was just that simple to Yangyi. Yangyi was stunned. Actually, Yangyi was extremely perturbed in his heart right now. Even though he spoke in such a domineering manner, he was very clearly aware of the strength which she possessed, and he knew that he wouldn't be able to resist at all if she intended to kill him. He was gambling right now. He was gambling on whether she had any feelings towards him, and if she didn't, then the consequences were obvious. After a short while passed, and Bairu still hadn't reacted at all and had just allowed his actions. Yang Yi instantly heaved a sigh of relief upon noticing this. However, right at this moment, a strand of terrifying force suddenly erupted from within her, and it blasted Yang Yi flying by almost 300 m, while Yang Yi's golden skin instantly split apart. And Bairu directly flashed over to Yang Yi, and then she stretched out her hand and grabbed his neck as his figure crashed towards the ground. But right at this moment, an unexpected event occurred. A strand of violet light suddenly erupted from Yang Yi's body, and it instantly struck Bairu and blasted her flying. Both Yang Yi and Enbirus' expressions changed violently. A little girl appeared here under their astounded gazes. The little girl was around 13 or 14 years old. Her figure was dainty and petite, and she was floating in midair, causing a pair of little feet that was pure white like jade to be revealed. She wore a white-colored palace dress that was embroidered with a flower pattern, and her wide white sleeves concealed her hands. She held a scepter in her right hand, and there was a dazzling and crystalline blue-colored gem at the top of the scepter. Even though she was young, she was very pretty, extremely pretty. It could be said that Yang Yi could imagine extraordinary her beauty would be once she grew up, and she would definitely be even more gorgeous than Shinner. Of course, it would be better if that proud expression wasn't hanging on her face. The little girl glanced coldly at Yang Yi before her gaze moved towards Bairu. She said, "You ignorant woman, it's an honor for you to receive his affection. Yet not only are you not grateful, you actually want to kill him. You're truly beyond stupid. Could it be you don't understand that receiving his affection is an extraordinary fortune to you?" Yang Yi felt speechless when he heard this. And Bairu stood up slowly, and she gazed at the little girl as she said in a low voice, "Who exactly are you?" Even though she made a very composed and calm display, tempestuous waves were raging through her heart. Exactly how terrifying is this little girl's strength? Even a monarch realm expert isn't as terrifying as her. Since you've asked, then I'll tell you. Am the person whole destroy this continent in the future? The little girl raised her right hand slowly, and she pointed the gem at Bairu as she said, "Woman, this princess didn't intend to kill you in the beginning. Unfortunately, you're aware of my existence. Even though killing you will make me fall into deep slumber once more, it can't be helped. What else can I do when the primordial tower's owner is too weak? Why did it have to choose such an idiot as its master? It truly angers this princess to death. As the little girl flared up, the scepter in her hand instantly emanated a blue glow, and Bairu's pupils constricted violently when she saw the blue glow because the energy contained within it even made her soul tremble slightly. At the same time, she felt even more astounded in her heart because she was an expert at the peak of the Exalt realm, and she was only half a step away from the Monarch realm. Even my aunt can't make me feel like this. Who exactly is this little girl? The blue glow grew brighter and brighter, and the energy within it seemed as if it could obliterate the world, and this sight horrified Bairu. However, right when she was about to fight desperately to the death, Yang Yi had appeared in front of her. Yang Yi smiled lightly to her, and then he turned around to gaze at the little girl and said, "I never expected that there would actually be someone within me, and I never imagined that this person would actually be so strong. I don't know what objective you had by residing within me, and I don't know who you are as well. However, I hope that you don't harm anyone close to me. Do you realize that you'll be instantly annihilated if the people of the outside world find out about me?" The little girl glared at Yang Yi and seemed to intend to shoot the blue glow on the scepter at Yang Yi. Yang Yi nodded and said, "I do. Then why won't you let me kill her? Are you an idiot?" The little girl grew even more furious while the scepter in her hand started to tremble violently. Obviously, she was on the verge of losing control of her anger. Yang Yi's face darkened. At this moment, he had the impulse to give this little girl a good bearing. What sort of temper is that? Even Bauer is better than her. Yang Yi took a deep breath, and then he turned around to gaze at Bairu as he said with a smile on his face, "I would be dead by now if she wanted to kill me. I already owe her a great deal, so how could I make her die because of me? I don't seek right or wrong when I do things. I only seek a clear conscience." Chapter 403 Formidable Little Girl. And Bairu had left. Under the circumstances that Yang Yi spared no cost to protect her, the little girl had no choice but to let Bairu leave. And Bairu had just left when the figure of the little girl who floated in midair had crashed down towards the ground. Moreover, the glow-on scepter in her hand had instantly dimmed down. Yang Yi was shocked. His figure flashed as he hurried over and caught her in his arms. At this moment, her countenance was ghastly pale, and it made her seem quite shocking. Yang Yi was just about to speak when a strand of blue light had suddenly erupted from the enormous gem hanging on the little girl's neck, and then enormous force suddenly erupted from her and instantly blasted onto him. Yang Yi's mind instantly fell into chaos. What's wrong with her now? The little girl's figure floated up slowly again, and she was around a meter above the ground. The scepter in her hand was glowing faintly, and it was an extremely weak glow that could be overlooked if one didn't look closely. Besides that, the little girl's countenance had become even paler for some unknown reason. The little girl's figure floated over to Yang Yi, and then her figure rose slightly before she looked down at Yang Yi, who laid on the ground. There was undisguised anger in her eyes as she raised her right hand slowly, and then she knocked Yang Yi's head lightly with the scepter. She said, "How can you be so weak? Why would that fellow choose such a weak idiot like you? How infuriating!" As she spoke, she used the scepter to knock Yang Yi on the head a few more times, and then a strand of yellow energy flowed slowly from the scepter into Yang Yi's body. After a moment passed, Yang Yi opened his eyes slowly, and the irritable little girl was floating in front of him. Yang Yi's face instantly darkened when he saw her. If he wasn't afraid of the little girl's terrifying strength, then he would really want to give her a good beating right now. She really deserves a good beating. Yang Yi forcefully suppressed the rage in his heart and worked hard on calming himself. After a short moment passed, Yang Yi organized his words before he said, "I think that you should know me very well, but I don't know you at all. So, can you introduce yourself? After all, we've been together for so long. What do you think?" She glanced indifferently at Yang Yi and said, "I know that you really want to beat me right now, right?" Yang Yi was speechless. The little girl's figure suddenly drifted over to Yang Yi, and then she said, "Do you know? If you dared to hit me upon waking up just now, then you would definitely be dead." Yang Yi shrugged and said, "Can we speak normally?" The little girl stared at Yang Yi for a short while before she said, "Go ahead and ask what you want, but I don't guarantee that I will answer you." The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched. He was really on the verge of being unable to restrain himself from hitting her. Yang Yi took a deep breath, suppressed those terrifying thoughts that he had, and then he said, "Are you the tiny vortex?" "No." Yang Yi was stunned, and he said with astonishment, "How could that be possible? Why not?" The little girl's brows knit together slightly, and she spoke with slight displeasure. "Besides that, it isn't called the tiny vortex. Then what is it called?" "I won't tell you." The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched again when he heard this. He felt like something was suddenly stuck in his chest, and it was truly an uncomfortable feeling. After a short while passed, Yang Yi shook his head and smiled before he said, "Then tell me what you can tell me." He could be said to have figured out that this little girl wouldn't tell him anything about her origins and the origins of the tiny vortex. Even though you're very stupid at most times, you have smart moments as well. The little girl gazed at Yang Yi and nodded lightly while a trace of praise flashed through her eyes. Obviously, she was very pleased by Yang Yi's frankness. Yang Yi felt speechless again. "You're too weak." The little girl seemed as if she was exasperated at Yang Yi's failure to meet her expectations and said, "You're really too weak. You're as weak as an ant. It's fine to be weak, but you just happen to possess so many enemies. Do you know that it's very easy for you to die if this goes on? It doesn't really matter if you die because people are dying every day in the end. But your death will harm me, understand?" Yang Yi shrugged and said, "You're so formidable. So who can possibly kill you? Moreover, I didn't force you to stay within me. You can leave at any time if you want." Keeping the little girl with him was truly too dangerous because she was so irritable. Actually, it was fine if she was just irritable, but her strength just happened to be shockingly terrifying as well, so he would have to live every day and week if she stayed with him. Do you know that all who dared to speak to me in such a way are dead? The little girl floated over to look Yang Yi right in the eye, and her voice was indescribably icy cold. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment, and then he said seriously, "Firstly, I'm very grateful for all the help you've given me until now. I don't know about your origins or the origins of the tiny vortex, and I think that you want to tell me about it as well. I'd like to have a proper conversation with you. After all, there's definitely a reason why the tiny vortex appeared within me. However, it seems like only I think in that way. That's because of you, and it has nothing to do with me," said the little girl in an indifferent tone. The muscles on Yang Yi's face twitched. He finally realized that she was even more unreasonable than Bauer. Yang Yi shrugged and said, "All right, then what do you want now?" The little girl fell silent, and then a trace of an uncomfortable expression appeared on her face for the first time. After a short time passed, she finally said, "Because of certain reasons, I'm very weak right now and have to heal myself in the tiny vortex you speak of. Moreover, that tiny vortex chose you, and only you can fully unlock it. In other words, you understand what I mean, right?" Yang Yi felt utterly speechless. "Congratulations. Because of your speed of cultivation that's like a tortoise, you'll have the honor of staying by my side for a very long time in the future, right? You can be my head guard during this period, and you'll be in charge of my daily life." What sort of expression is that? Could it be that you don't feel extremely honored? The little girl spoke flatly, while she seemed as if Yang Yi should be very honored that Shed condescended to let him become her head guard. Moreover, her expression was natural and wasn't faked at all. At this moment, Yang Yi finally realized how proud she was. Yang Yi shook his head and said, "Your strength is that terrifying. So why would you even need me to be your head guard? I would only be a burden to you if you stay with me, right?" "I told you, I'm injured right now." The little girl frowned and said, "I can't stay out here for too long. Moreover, every single time I attack will make me fall into deep slumber for a very long time. Teaching that stupid woman a lesson just now has already exhausted too much of my divine energy, so I probably have to sleep for a very long time. I need a constant supply of primordial, right? The violet profound energy in order to awaken. So, you have to increase your speed of cultivation, understand?" "How strong are you right now?" asked Yang Yi in a low voice. "I can kill innumerable people like you," said the little girl in a flat voice. Yang Yi's face was completely dark. "I hadn't intended to show myself, but it could be helped because I had to remind you that you must become stronger as soon as possible. Because I can sense that the energy in this world is drying up swiftly. I presume it won't be long before this world becomes a dead star. You must open the door behind the door within the tiny vortex before that happens. Don't ask me why, because I don't know how to explain all of that to an idiot like you," said the little girl. "I'm sure you're aware that I have a huge number of enemies, yet my strength is very weak. Could it be that you're not going to help?" Yang Yi still had a huge amount of questions in his heart, but he knew without a doubt that the little girl didn't intend to tell him anything for now. Since it was like that, then he could only ask for some benefits. As for those questions, the truth would definitely be revealed in the future. The little girl shook her head and said, "I'm unable to help you because our methods of cultivation are different. I cultivate divine energy while you cultivate mortal energy. Moreover, how can you rely on another if you want to become strong? I have to enter into deep sleep. I hope you're still alive when I awaken again." As soon as she finished speaking, the little girl transformed into a strand of light that directly entered Yang Yi's body. Yang Yi was stunned on the spot for a short while. That's all? Even though he had numerous questions in his mind, he felt fortunate that the mysterious tiny vortex had finally revealed a little bit of itself, and it wasn't that mysterious anymore. However, he didn't know if it was a good or bad thing. Yang Yi shook his head a short while later. Regardless of whether it was the little girl or the tiny vortex, while they were closely related to him, they weren't pressing issues right now. The important matters at hand for him were only two things: reviving Xiao Yushi and returning to the Southern Territory to rescue his mother. As for everything else, he could only put them aside for now. Chapter 404 Absorbed. After the incident that day, Yang Yi had never seen Embark again. He knew that she was avoiding him, or perhaps it should be said that she didn't want to have anything to do with him. Even though Yang Yi felt quite uncomfortable when facing this situation, he respected her choice. However, he felt that it wasn't suitable for him to continue staying in the Yin clan, and had left it instead. After he left the Yin clan, Yang Yi arrived at an opening that was over 500 kilometers towards the south of ancient Domain City. There was an enormous, deep, and pitch-black pit there. "Little Yun, are you sure it's here?" asked Yang Yi in a low voice. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Yun suddenly appeared behind Yang Yi and said, "I'm sure. Nangong Ming and Li Qingshui died here because this deep pit was created by the violet cloud lightning. Unfortunately, two geniuses perished just like that." Yang Yi shook his head and said, with the strengths that they possessed, it should be possible for them to escape even if they weren't a match for Luo Shui. "I think that they underestimated their enemy, and that was the reason which led to their deaths at Luo Shui's hands. Otherwise, Luo Shui would have been able to kill one of them at most if they'd chosen to retreat." When he spoke up to this point, Yang Yi turned around and gazed at Yi Yun as he said, "Little Yun, I know that you and all the other brothers are extremely proud. But remember that you must treat all enemies seriously. After all, many people die from underestimating their enemies and acting carelessly. Understand?" When he saw Yang Yi speak seriously, Yi Yun restrained his grin and nodded seriously. He said, "Don't worry, Swordmaster, the other brothers and I won't be careless or underestimate our enemies. After all, we're just like Swordmaster. We have a huge debt of blood to avenge." "Good." Yang Yi nodded, and then he turned around and waved his right hand. A white jade urn instantly descended into the deep pit. It was Shi Luo's ashes that resided within the urn. Yang Yi gazed at the enormous deep pit and said in a low voice, "Now, you can stay eternally by your Ming Ming's side. I hope you don't fall for someone who doesn't love you back in your next lifetime." Yang Yi stood silently on the spot for a short while before he turned around and gazed at Yi Yun. He said, "How is like at the Hidden Dragon rankings?" Yi Yun smiled when he heard this. "Long Yin, Long Jun, and Zhang Lu should be able to enter the top 10. Practically no one amongst the human profounders is a match for them, and it's only the profounders from the devil, nether, and demon race that will be difficult to deal with. However, I believe that they'll be able to overcome their enemies." Yang Yi nodded and said, "Have the brothers we sent back to the Southern Territory to gather information returned?" Yi Yun's expression became heavy when he heard this, and he said, "Swordmaster, our journey back will probably be extremely dangerous. According to the information we gathered, a huge group of experts left the Ghost Sect, Flower Palace, and Origin School when they heard that you obtained the first on the Hidden Dragon rankings. Moreover, their whereabouts were unknown after they left their respective sections. The weakest amongst these experts are at the Spirit Realm, and it's very likely for Exalt Realm experts to be present amongst them." "Exalt Realm experts?" Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. After a short while, he said, "What about the Sword Sect?" "The Sword Sect hasn't taken any unusual action for now," Yi Yun said, "even though the Sword Sect hasn't taken any unusual action. But we really have to be careful this time, because I've obtained information that the League of Doom has dispatched assassins to assassinate us on the way back to the Southern Territory. It looks like they've found out about our relationship with you." "If they know, they know," Yang Yi said in a low voice. "In any case, I've never thought of concealing it from them. How many brothers do we have right now?" 105. Yi Yun said, "Over 80% of them are already 9th rank King Realm Profounders. Right, Zhang Lu, Long Jun, Long Yin, 8 other brothers, and I are all at the Spirit Realm. However, it's probably quite difficult for us to return safely with this little bit of strength we possess. Most importantly, where should we go once we have returned to the Southern Territory?" Yang Yi said, "I've thought about that, so you don't have to worry. Your job is to ceaselessly gather information from the Southern Territory and work hard on improving your strength. After all, the journey back won't be peaceful at all, and you might not be able to return safely if you're too weak." Yi Yun grinned as he said, "Haha, don't worry. I, Yi Yun, don't want to die just yet. My Pei Jun is still waiting for me at the Southern Territory. I don't want her to become a widow." "Pei Jun?" Yang Yi was stunned, and then he smiled as he said, Your wife? Kind of. Yi-Yun revealed a sly smile as he said, We aren't married formally, but we've done everything that should be done. Now we just have to return to the Southern Territory and head to her clan to ask for her hand in marriage. Right, Swordmaster. Can you follow me there when the time comes? I refuse to believe her father would dare to refuse with the first on the hidden dragon rankings, and the current Sword Emperor helping me ask for her hand in marriage. Haha. It's fine if he does. Yang Yi smiled. If worst comes to worst, we brothers will help you take her. Haha, that's exactly what I was thinking. After Yi-Yun left, Yang Yi found a distant mountain range that had a pool in its depths, and a tiny ball of flames floated above the pool. For some unknown reason, a huge amount of the true dragon's blood still remained in his body after Head absorbed it that day. So, he intended to fully absorb it now, and for the sake of preventing the true dragon's blood from making him burn with the flames of desire, Head specially chosen this pool to be the place he cultivated at. Thump! Yang Yi didn't hesitate to leap into the pool, and then he immediately started to circulate his profound energy and absorb the remaining energy of the true dragon's blood without any restraint. As its energy was ceaselessly absorbed by him, a type of dark gold color had gradually appeared on his skin, and it wasn't just his skin. Even the meridians and bones within his body had become dark gold in color, because it was only the remaining energy, so it wasn't long before Yang Yi had absorbed most of it. However, an unexpected event suddenly occurred at the moment Yang Yi absorbed the last bit of energy around an hour later. Roar! An enormous world-shaking roar suddenly resounded in Yang Yi's mind. In an instant, Yang Yi's face warped while sharp pain came from his eardrums, and he bled from all 7 apertures. Ant, how dare you devour my blood essence? A strand of gold light flashed, and then an enormous ethereal golden dragon appeared in front of Yang Yi. The enormous dragon was over 1 kilometer long, and it blotted out the sky. Yang Yi opened his eyes, and his pupils immediately constricted when he saw the enormous golden dragon that blotted out the sky. But in next to no time, a wisp of a savage expression flashed through his eyes because it wasn't the dragon's actual body. It was only a strand of its soul that had been left behind within the blood essence. Since it was only a remaining strand of its soul, then why would he, Yang Yi, fear it? Ant, how truly audacious of you. You actually dared to devour the blood essence of my divine gold dragon clan. Aren't you afraid that it would bring a monstrous calamity down upon your human race? The divine gold dragon stared at Yang Yi while strands of terrifying dragon pressure enveloped down towards Yang Yi like a storm. A strand of sword intent shot into the sky. Yang Yi said ferociously, You're just a remaining strand of soul, so you should just be obedient and allow me to absorb you. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi suddenly stomped his right foot on the ground and shot forward explosively. He arrived in front of the divine gold dragon's soul remnant, and then he said, Sword Domain. In an instant, a terrifying force suddenly appeared around Yang Yi and the divine gold dragon. Sword Domain. It's actually Sword Domain. Who exactly are you? The divine gold dragon revealed astonishment in its eyes as it cried out involuntarily. Yang Yi would naturally not waste his breath on it. He swung Dragonbone incessantly, causing countless strands of sword chi to shoot forward explosively and instantly drown the enormous divine gold dragon beneath countless strands of sword chi. If it was his usual sword chi, then perhaps it would be useless against the enormous golden dragon. But his sword chi was being enhanced by his sword domain right now, so its might had multiplied by countless times. Human, no matter who you are, my divine gold dragon clan will definitely annihilate you and prevent you from ever reincarnating. The gold dragons instantly dispersed on the spot while it roared in a sharp voice. Yang Yi was delighted by this, and he didn't hesitate to absorb the energy from it. After around 2 hours passed, Yang Yi opened his eyes and clenched his right hand tightly into a fist. He shouted loudly as he suddenly smashed his fist down towards the pool from afar. A gale swept out from the movement of his fist, and it instantly arrived at the pool. In an instant, an enormous bang resounded before a pillar of water that was enormous like the dragon from before had shot into the sky, and it shot up over 60 m into the air. Yang Yi was delighted when he witnessed this scene. Currently, the strength of his punch carried the strength of at least 10,000 pounds. That was something that even a peak spirit rank demon beast didn't possess. At this moment, the physical strength he possessed had definitely surpassed both Imo Ku and Luo Shui. Looks like I possess that trace of dragon might. Otherwise, I would possess 7,000 pounds of strength at most after I absorb the energy within that droplet of true dragon's blood. I'm afraid that even the physical strength of some Exalt Realm experts can't compare to my, right? Yang Yi spoke in a low voice as he gazed at the vortex that had appeared in the pool, and his eyes revealed a trace of undisguised happiness. Suddenly, Yang Yi's expression changed as he swiftly looked at his chest. He noticed that a blood-red mark had suddenly appeared there. Yang Yi's brows instantly knit together tightly when he saw the mark, and he said to himself, "Shit." Chapter 405, The Hidden Dragon Pagoda. Yang Yi made a flicking motion with his finger, and the nether ghost flame flickered into appearance and burned the mark. However, the mark actually showed no signs of vanishing. On the contrary, it grew even brighter. When he witnessed this scene and thought of what the enormous divine gold dragon had said just now, Yang Yi's expression grew even more solemn. He knew that it was absolutely something the divine gold dragon had left behind before it perished. As for what exactly it was, he didn't know, but in any case, it wasn't anything good. It was even to the extent that the slightest mistake might cause him to offend the entire divine gold dragon clan in the demon territory. Yang Yi shook his head and paid no further attention to this, because worrying about it right now was entirely like making problems for himself. In any case, all he had to do was deal with everything that came at him. Yang Yi raised his head to gaze towards the location of the Hidden Dragon Pagoda, and then he said lightly, "Today is the last day of the Hidden Dragon rankings. I wonder how Lung Jun and those two other fellows have done." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi waved his right hand and transformed into a ray of light that vanished at the horizon. The Hidden Dragon Pagoda. At this moment, there was an enormous round arena in the valley, and a devil profounder was in an intense battle with a human profounder on the arena. On the other hand, the devil profounders and human profounders below the area were cheering madly for the two profounders on the arena, and their voices rumbled through the valley. The experts from those sects in the central territory were at a side of the valley. Since they weren't able to recruit the top 3 on the rankings into their sects, they'd locked their gazes onto the remaining human profounders that were participating in the rankings. These human profounders who were able to become eminent amidst thousands of others to seize a position in the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon rankings wouldn't just possess monstrous natural talent, they would even be able to bring karmic luck to the sects that recruited them. So, all of these experts naturally didn't intend to miss such an opportunity to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Yang Yi was stunned when he arrived here and saw the 2 profounders who were on the arena because the human profounder there was none other than Zhang Lu. At this moment, Zhang Lu was a spirit realm expert, and his opponent was at the spirit realm as well. Their strengths were equal on the surface, but if one were to look carefully, then one would notice that Zhang Lu displayed faint signs of being suppressed by his opponent. Devil profounders had a greater advantage when compared to human profounders, and their physical strength and defense was one of the most obvious aspects. Zhang Lu suffered a huge disadvantage in this battle because he was an assassin, so it was a disadvantage in and of itself to fight a head-on battle. Coupled with the formidable physical bodies that devil profounders possessed, Zhang Lu gradually showed signs of falling into a disadvantaged state as the battle progressed. However, he relied on his agile movement technique to avoid any material harm from the devil profounder, but that was all he could manage. Suddenly, Yang Yi seemed to have noticed something and swiftly turned to the side, and he saw that a Nanjing was suddenly standing by his side. Yang Yi's eyelids twitched upon seeing her because he noticed that she was actually at the 2nd rank of the spirit realm now. My God, how many days has it been? She has already advanced by another rank? Such natural talent. A wisp of surprise flashed through a Nanjing's eyes as she gazed at Yang Yi. She said, "I can sense that your strength has improved greatly. Not bad, not bad. Very good. Hasn't your strength improved greatly as well?" Yang Yi said, "You've already advanced by a rank in such a short period of a few days. Your natural talent truly makes others feel embarrassed of their inferiority. When can we fight?" And Nanjing looked Yang Yi in the eye while an undisguised glow of excitement could be seen within them. The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched. The woman is truly addicted to battle. "We'll have a chance," said Yang Yi. "But am already feeling quite impatient," said Nanjing. Yang Yi was instantly troubled. Truthfully speaking, he wanted to fight the woman who stood by his side because it was truly difficult to find such an opponent. A battle with her would definitely surpass a few months of ordinary cultivation. However, the current situation caused him to be unable to fight her to his heart's content. And Nanjing suddenly said, "Your natural talent isn't bad. It isn't weaker to mine at all. However, you have too many chains holding you back, and if you can't abandon them, then the gap between the two of us in the path of the martial Tao will only grow wider and wider. Moreover, your natural talent in the sword Tao will be buried by you as well." Yang Yi suddenly asked, "Marital Gajing, have you liked someone before?" And Nanjing was stunned, and then she said, "Can liking someone make me stronger?" Yang Yi was speechless. Since it can't, then what's the point of liking someone? And Nanjing glanced at Yang Yi and said, "I, and Nanjing, naturally have attachments, but I won't be chained by them. But you've been chained by too much of it. Attachments are your greatest flaw, and you'll be eternally unable to become an expert while you're chained by them." Yang Yi shook his head and said, "I admit that you really do make sense. However, every single person seeks something different. I don't seek to be invincible throughout the world or to reign supreme over the continent. Even though it's very likely that I have to be invincible throughout the world in order to achieve what I seek, but I really don't seek to be invincible throughout the world. In my opinion, the safety of my family and having the people I care about by my side is the most important." And Nanjing suddenly asked, "Your motivation to improve your strength incessantly comes from your attachments?" Yang Yi smiled and said, "It really was in the past. However, I've noticed a principle now. In this world where the strong are respected, only strength would allow one to possess the right to make decisions and maintain one's dignity. If one doesn't have strength, then not to mention protecting one's family, even surviving would be a problem. So, it can be said that my current motivation to become stronger is to survive." Haha. And Nanjing glanced at Yang Yi and pondered deeply for a moment before she shook her head lightly, and then she gazed at the arena as she said, "That human profounder is about to win." "Oh, what do you mean?" Yang Yi was instantly interested in this. Even though he seems to be in a disadvantaged position, but he seems extremely steady, and he shows no sign of being forced into a state of disorder. Pay attention to his eyes. His eyes are extremely calm. Besides that, every single attack of his is very decisive, and he deals with his opponent's attacks without delay. His footsteps are very steady as well. While he seems to be suppressed on the surface, it's actually a mere tactic to show weakness to his opponent." And Nanjing spoke indifferently. A wisp of a solemn expression flashed through Yang Yi's eyes when he heard this. Even though she doesn't possess the enlightened sword heart, her discerning ability isn't any inferior to my enlightened sword heart. No wonder her senses in combat are that formidable. Right at this moment, the devil profounder on the arena suddenly shouted, "Human, die." As soon as he finished speaking, he took a sudden and huge stride forward as he shot explosively towards Zhang Lu, who had already been forced to the edge of the arena. His hands were spread upon into palms before they whistled through the air and slapped down forcefully at Zhang Lu. A wisp of a ruthless and strange smile flashed through Zhang Liu's face, and then he tapped his right leg on the ground and shouted, "Clone illusion technique?" As soon as he spoke, Zhang Liu's figure shook lightly before four figures who looked like Zhang Lu appeared on the arena. The devil profounder was slightly stunned by this, and it was exactly at this instant that a cold ray of light flashed through his neck. A wisp of disdain arose on the corners of the devil profounder's mouth, because this human profounder wasn't able to break through his defenses at all yet was attacking again. However, delight had curled onto the corners of Yang Yi's mouth when he witnessed this scene, and he said, "He has won." Only Yang Yi knew that Zhang Lu had changed his dagger at the last moment, and Head changed it to the dagger which was crafted from the dragon bones. In other words, Zhang Lu was making a show of weakness earlier, and his true lethal move had only been executed at this moment. The dagger swept past the Devil Profounder's neck, and then the disdain on his face instantly froze there. After that, his head flew off under the astounded gazes of all the spectators. All the human Profounders were stunned before waves of cheers suddenly erupted. In the ancient battlefield, there was nothing more exciting and delighting to the human Profounders than watching a fellow human kill a Profounder from the devil, nether, or demon race. Meanwhile, Qian Huan appeared on the arena. He glanced at the corpse of that devil Profounder and nodded slightly before he said, "Since the top 30 have been decided, then I invite all the Profounders in the top 30 to ascend the arena." Yang Yi and in Nanjing flashed, and they instantly appeared on the arena. Moreover, Imoku had appeared at the same time as well. The martial god, the sword emperor. The crowd seethed once more with excitement when they saw Yang Yi and in Nanjing. Both of them were undoubtedly supreme existences in the hearts of the younger generation of the human race throughout the continent. Because only the two of them could kill the Profounders from the devil, nether, and demon race like they were slaughtering chickens. Yang Yi disregarded the cheers of the crowd below the arena. At this moment, he was extremely excited because obtaining the karmic luck represented that Xiao Yushi would be truly saved. Chapter 406 Luophone, Concubine. Now, it was the time for the extraordinary sects of the Central Territory to recruit new blood. Besides those who had disciples that had entered the top 30 of the rankings and obtained a good position, the representatives of the other sects were quite impatient. The end goal of the Hidden Dragon rankings wasn't just to recruit the geniuses of the various territories, it was most importantly held for the karmic luck. Besides peerless geniuses like Yang Yi and in Nanjing, a single genius could at most provide a sect with another expert in the future. On my occasions, only Monarch Realm experts were of use to a sect. So, karmic luck was much more important than a genius, because karmic luck was related to the future prosperity and decline of a sect. After the representatives of those sects appeared on the arena, their eyes glowed with greed as they gazed at Long Jun and the others. If it was at any other time, then while these geniuses weren't bad, these geniuses were far from possessing the ability to make them lose their composure. But it wasn't the same right now because all of these youths on the arena could bring karmic luck to their sects. 8-rank sect, the Pure Dao sect. You can become an elite disciple upon entering the sect. Moreover, you can choose any low-grade heaven rank cultivation technique and combat technique. Obtain 3,000 energy stones a month, 10 of every single type of mid-grade talisman. 7th rank sect, beginning sect. You can become the personal disciple of the sect master upon joining the sect. You can choose anything from the sect's combat technique pavilion and cultivation technique pavilion. Besides that, you'll be provided with 4,000 energy stones a month, and you'll have one chance to cultivate in the sect's sacred grounds every single month. 9th rank sect, Ascension sect. You can become an inner court disciple upon joining the sect and obtain a low-grade heaven rank cultivation technique and combat technique. You'll be provided with 5,000 energy stones a month, and you'll be allowed to enter the sect's cultivation paradise to cultivate for free for an entire month. Besides that, the clans you belong to can become my sect's vassals. Of course, this offer is merely limited to the geniuses in the top 10 of the rankings. The representatives of the various sects declared their conditions and offers, and it was now time for the geniuses to make their choices. In next to no time, Profounders had made their choices in succession. Besides Long Jun, Long Yin, and Zhang Lu, all the other human Profounders in the top 10 had chosen to join a 9th rank sect. The remaining Profounders wanted to choose the 9th rank sects as well, but they lacked the qualifications, unfortunately, and could only choose 8 rank and 7 rank sects. In next to no time, all the top 30 Profounders had finished making their choices. In the end, the representatives shot their gazes at Yang Yi, because they couldn't hope to recruit in Nanjing, and only Yang Yi didn't have a sect. If they could make him join their sect, then the karmic luck their sect obtained would be immeasurable. It was the 8th rank and 9th rank sects who had intended to recruit Yang Yi, while the 7th-rank sects knew their limitations. They knew they couldn't fight against the 8th-rank and 9th-rank sects. Qian Huan sighed lightly, and then he said, Yang Yi, I won't beat around the bush. If you're able to join my sect, then my sect will definitely guarantee another 10 years of life to you. Anything can happen in 10 years. Perhaps it's your last chance at survival. I hope you consider it properly. The other representatives immediately shut their mouths when they heard Qian Huan, and they discarded any intention to speak, because they weren't able to pay the price of extending Yang Yi's life for 10 years. Yang Yi didn't even hesitate to refuse. Thank you for your good intentions, Senior. However, I'm used to being unrestrained, so I don't want to join a sect. At the very least, I don't want to join any sect for now. So, please forgive me. How could Yang Yi be unaware of Qian Huan's intentions? Qian Huan had only attached importance to the karmic luck, and if he were to give Qian Huan that karmic luck, then only the heavens would know if Qian Huan would really fulfill that promise of extending his lifespan by 10 years. Qian Huan shook his head, sighed lightly, and didn't speak another word. Roar! Right at this moment, a dragon roar suddenly resounded from the horizon. Everyone was shocked and raised their eyes to look over. They saw 9 colossi shooting over rapidly from the horizon. In less than a few breaths of time, those 9 colossi had arrived in the sky above them, and all of them were immediately shocked when they saw these 9 colossi clearly, because they were actually 9 enormous dragons, and an enormous golden imperial carriage that was over 1 kilometer long resided behind these dragons. Dragons are being utilized as horses? Which power is this from? Everyone in the surroundings was astounded. Qian Huan frowned slightly when he witnessed this scene, and then he said in a low voice, The exalted Han Empire. When he spoke up to hear, he seemed to have thought of something, and he turned to glance at Yang Yi as he shook his head and said to himself, What a troublemaker. Fortunately, he didn't agree to my request just now. This time, even the clan can't save him. Under the astounded gazes of everyone, numerous jade stairs suddenly appeared in midair, and it connected the golden imperial carriage to the ground. After that, its door was gradually opened before a young man who wore a yellow robe walked out slowly from within. The man was around 20 plus, had a handsome and extraordinary appearance, and wore a yellow robe, causing him to seem indescribably noble and composed. However, the faint evil grin that hung on the corners of his mouth allowed others to immediately realize that he wasn't a good and kind person. There were 4 women by his sides. All of them were extremely beautiful, and the sight of them caused the countless profounders below to be dazed. Yang Yi asked in Nanjing, Who's that? He's making such an extravagant display. And Nanjing glanced indifferently at Yang Yi and said, I don't know. The yellow-robed man glanced at the crowd below, and then he didn't mind the gazes of the crowd as he stretched out his hands to pull 2 beauties into his arms. After that, he walked down the jade steps with the 2 beauties in his arms, and as he walked down the stairs, his hands had even descended onto their perked buttocks and started pinching and rubbing without restraint. Those 2 beauties had a very natural expression while being held by him, and they didn't reveal even a trace of embarrassment or discomfort. Obviously, they'd become accustomed to things like this. In next to no time, the man had arrived on the ground, and then he glanced at everyone before he smiled. I presume all of you are the geniuses of the various territories. It's good to meet all of you, Luofeng. It's Luofeng, someone exclaimed with surprise. He's Mu Jun's uncle. Luofeng enjoyed quite a reputation in the Central Territory. Of course, it was infamy. The reason for this was that he was extremely lustful, and he could be said to be renowned for it in the Central Territory. After all, it was said that he possessed over 10,000 concubines. He naturally possesses strength as well, but his strength wasn't reflected in his ability to do battle, and it was his ability to command battle instead. His ability to command troops was something that the #1 god of war of the exalted Han Empire, Feng Yun, who possessed command over 100,000 spirit realm soldiers, admired. That was also the reason why he could live so well in the exalted Han Empire, even when he was so lustful for women. Luofeng nodded to everyone, and then he held the 2 beauties in his arms as he walked up the arena. He said, Which one of you killed that pitiable nephew of mine? Step forward. Don't worry, I didn't come here to take revenge for him. My exalted Han Empire doesn't want to break the rules of the hidden dragon rankings as well, but the mortal emperor armor, mortal emperor seal, and immortal binding rope must be handed over. It belongs to my exalted Han Empire, and it's a source of extremely bad luck for anyone else who possesses it. Besides, suddenly, Luo Feng's voice stopped abruptly before his gaze descended onto a Nanjing. His hands that were pinching and rubbing those two beauties had immediately stopped when he saw a Nanjing, and his eyes emanated the glow of desire. Yang Yi and the profounder surrounded Nanjing instantly moved backward by almost 30 m when they witnessed this scene. They knew that Luo Feng definitely possessed an extraordinary background, but they had a deeper understanding of how terrifying a Nanjing was. Even if Luo Feng was the emperor of the exalted Han dynasty, he would still have to suffer for provoking a Nanjing. At this moment, the representatives of the extraordinary sects had maintained silence with extreme tacit understanding. They naturally didn't have a good impression of the exalted Han Empire. So, if this perverted fellow wanted to look for death, then they naturally intended to fulfill his wish. Moreover, they felt that it would be even better if the clan entered into war with the exalted Han Empire. Luo Feng released the two women by his side and walked over slowly to a Nanjing, and there was undisguised excitement in his eyes. When he arrived 3 m away from a Nanjing, he stretched out his hand and pointed at her. From now onward, you're my 13,679th concubine. You can refuse, but he'll disregard your refusal. The corners of Yang Ye's mouth instantly twitched when he heard Luo Feng. He intends to take a Nanjing as his concubine? And it's even the 13,679th? Moreover, he's actually Mu Jun's uncle? But he doesn't seem to be much older than Luo Feng. Mu Jun's grandfather was really a loose and amorous fellow. Moreover, he has come to take the mortal emperor seal, mortal emperor armor, and immortal binding rope? Yang Yi frowned. The immortal binding rope? I do possess the mortal emperor seal and mortal emperor armor, but I've never seen that immortal binding rope he spoke of. Could it be that I didn't search carefully enough? No matter what, how could I possibly give up what I've already taken? Yang Yi laughed coldly, and a wisp of ghastly killing intent flashed through his eyes as he gazed at Luo Feng. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.